clock struck midnight when Ruel heard the echo of footsteps. She tensed, the fine hairs on the back of her neck standing on end in the cool night air. "You shouldn't be here," Ruel whispered, her voice a breathless murmur. The silhouette finally came to stand under the moonlight, his dark red eyes watching her and his inky black hair ruffling. "Shouldn't I?" His voice was a dark caress, and she stood there captivated by the danger he exuded like perfume. "I haven't seen you for the last 2 days," his tone low. His hand reached out, fingers brushing against the silk of her dress, tracing the trembling outline of her collarbone. "Tell me, were you avoiding me, or perhaps entertaining other offers?" Ruel's heart raced, her breath shallow. She declared, "I don't belong to anyone." "A bold claim," he murmured, his breath a tantalizing chill against her skin as he leaned in. "Yet here you are, pulse racing, your body tensed as if in anticipation of my touch." His fingers gripped her chin, tilting her face towards his. The light caught his eyes, revealing a glint of predatory intent. "Or must I remind you whose touch you truly crave?" Year 1781. Though the Belmont family were no lords or dukes, they once lived a life far better than comfortable, until 12 years ago, when a conflict between vampires and humans tore through their community, forcing many, including the Belmonts, to abandon their homes and fall into poverty. In the remnants of what was once their vibrant life, a quiet desperation had settled in the corners of their modest dwelling. Now, in the cozy living room, the soft ticking of the clock played a lullaby against the backdrop of clattering knitting needles as 18-year-old Ruel sat beside her younger sister, Caroline. Each stitch was a breath of hope wrapped in wool, a silent testament to their struggle for survival and dignity. "You know, the combination of these colors turned out excellent," Caroline exclaimed with a bright voice. Leaning closer, she admired Ruel's meticulous handiwork. Ruel held up the sweater, a warm flush of pride coloring her cheeks. "I'm glad they turned out all right. Can you imagine how happy Mrs. Clifford will be? I cannot wait to see their reaction." A smile tugged at her lips. "All right," Caroline laughed. "Mrs. Clifford is going to be positively delighted. She will pay handsomely for them. Isn't that right, Mother?" Her eyes sparkled with innocent hope. Ruel turned her brown eyes to their mother, silently pleading for acknowledgement. A nod of approval that had always felt just out of reach. Acceptance was a rare gift, one for which she yearned for more than the warmth of the sun. Mrs. Belmont glanced towards Caroline first, a smile lighting up her face. "Oh, absolutely, dear. I'm sure she will be." But when her gaze flickered to Ruel, it lacked warmth. The distance between them often felt unconquerable and hopeless. "Just make sure you finish quickly, Ruel. The delivery needs to be done today," she added, her tone slightly curt. Ruel didn't pay much attention to her mother's lack of praise, and she nodded with a smile. She replied, "Yes, Mother." Determination sparked within her. No, she thought, she would make a better one. They had labored over 12 sweaters, each one stitched with care and hope, intended for Mrs. Clifford, a woman who soared above them, perched comfortably among society's elite. The money from this sale could close the growing rift in their finances, perhaps even restore a fragment of their lost dignity. Ruel had always strived to help her family, driven not merely by duty, but by the quiet whisper of love that hummed in her heart. "Caroline, today when you go to the Clifford's mansion, you will be the one to speak with her," instructed Mrs. Belmont. "Why me?" Caroline replied. "Ruel handles people far better than I do. Precisely why you should be the one to do it." "You need the practice," Mrs. Belmont insisted, though the unspoken motivations lingered in the air. Rumors of Mrs. Clifford's son, now of marriageable age, had come to her attention. With careful precision, Mrs. Belmont was weaving plans that stretched beyond mere sweaters and money. Once Ruel completed knitting the last sweater, she folded it neatly and placed it among the rest, ready to deliver them. But suddenly, their peaceful afternoon was shattered. "Open the door." The front door rattled violently. The clamor made Ruel's heart leap into her throat. "Open it now or we will break it down." "Caroline, get inside the kitchen. Now." Mrs. Belmont urged. A flash of anxiety crossed her features as she turned back to the door, dread pooling in the pit of Ruel's stomach. Hesitantly, Mrs. Belmont flung the door open, revealing 3 men standing outside, shadows cloaked in menace. "What do you want?" she questioned, her voice wavering with worry and caution as the men stepped right into their home. Ruel quickly noted they were vampires, once humans but now terrifying with their light red eyes. Fear coiled around her stomach and squeezed tighter as their fangs glinted in the light. "Where is your husband? Harold Belmont?" the shortest one demanded, with a sneer twisting his lips. "He's been avoiding us. When he needs money, he asks for it, but he can't return it on time. Take everything of any value in here." Not again, Ruel thought, her mind racing. This wasn't the first time a debt collector had knocked on their door, demanding payment. "He returned the money only last week," Mrs. Belmont stated defiantly, bewildered by their audacity. "We have been paying on time. I was paid back only for what he had borrowed. Who's going to pay the interest?" The debt collector's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, signaling his men. Panic spread in the room as they began to rummage through the meager belongings. "Your daughters will be worth something too," he added, and Ruel's world tilted dangerously. Dread filled the air, thick and suffocating. Her father had borrowed more than he could repay, and now the time for repayment had come. Vampires, turned or not, were cruel and heartless creatures. She had to do something. "Think, Ruel. Think. This is not the way to do it," Mrs. Belmont implored, desperation coloring her voice. "If you have money, we will take it and leave," the short man sneered, watching as his men picked through their meager possessions. "You shall come with me too. I am sure we will find decent use of you." "No!" Mrs. Belmont screamed, her eyes wide with fear. "Wait! We'll pay you back today," Ruel blurted out, her heart racing like a caged bird seeking freedom. She caught the short man's gaze, steeling herself. "Once these sweaters are delivered, we'll pay you back. Please, just give us a little more time." All she wanted was for her family to be safe. The very thought of the vampires using them in such a ruthless manner made her blood run cold. "That's right," Mrs. Belmont frantically nodded in agreement. "We'll repay you tomorrow. Tomorrow is too far off. Who knows if you'll all flee?" The debt collector clicked his tongue, sizing them up disdainfully. He pointed at Ruel. "Make it quick. You have 1 hour to settle this before I clear out your house. We'll be right here waiting." Ruel nodded, panic coiling in her stomach as she rushed to grab all the sweaters, hastily stuffing them into a gunny bag. Slinging it over her shoulder, she assured her mother, "I'll be back soon," and dashed out the main door, her heart pounding against her ribs. She ran down the streets as fast as her legs would carry her, her face marred with deep lines of worry. With each assertive step, she felt the shadows of uncertainty closing in. Her heart raced at the thought of reaching her father's shop to warn him about the debt collectors. But if those men had come to their home, it meant her father wasn't there. The carriages didn't run at this hour, so Ruel took the market route, hoping it would lead her to her destination faster. The path was slick with mud from the previous day's rain, and the earth pulled at her feet as if to drag her back into despair. Once she delivered the sweaters to Mrs. Clifford, there might be enough money to pay the debt collector, she thought to herself. The flickering hope ignited within her, but doubts about her mother and sister's safety gnawed at her. Steeling her resolve, she ran. "Make way, please," Ruel called out politely, trying to maneuver through the crowded market, clutching the gunny bag tightly. The bustling human world around her felt alive yet indifferent. In her haste to reach the mansion, her foot landed on a squashed tomato on the slippery ground. The world tilted as she stumbled backwards, colliding with something solid before falling to the ground. Her bag spilt open, leaving the sweater stained and muddy. "Ow!" Ruel winced as pain radiated through her. Her eyes widened in horror as she surveyed the mess, dread swallowing her whole. "No!" Quickly collecting the sweaters, she prepared to rise when a large hand suddenly caught her wrist, and she gasped. Turning, Ruel encountered a striking figure towering above her, casting a shadow that swallowed the light around them. As her eyes adjusted, they fell upon a viciously handsome man. His black hair was tousled and wild, yet it looked neat on him. His dark brows framing brooding red eyes that seemed to pierce right through her. He appeared to be in his early 20s. It took her a moment to tear her gaze from him and realize that she had crashed into a vampire, and he looked far beyond merely annoyed. His irritation was evident and intense. "What have you done? You broke the last vials of belladonna." A stout man barked nearby, his gaze now fixated on the shattered vials scattered across the ground. Ruel followed his stare, her eyes widening at the glittering contents pooling in the mud. Panic surged within her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break them," she stammered, her voice trembling as she paled under the hawk-like intensity of the man who held her wrist in an ironclad grip, making it impossible for her to move even an inch. "You aren't going anywhere until you pay for it." His voice, though low, had a hint of huskiness to it. He loomed over her, the intensity of his red eyes locking onto her with a predatory gleam. "Pay?" Ruel asked in worry. I will repay you, but I need to be somewhere important, so please let me go for now." Right now, she had more important matters on hand. She had to deliver the sweaters. But he didn't let her go. What did he want from her? She had already apologized for her error. Ruel tried to explain, "I didn't mean to crash into your things. I was only trying to walk from here when my foot slipped. I will pay. A human like you cannot possibly repay what you've destroyed, even if you sold your soul." He regarded her with a cold, piercing gaze. "How typical of your kind, so blind to the consequences of your actions. Did you think that because you're insignificant, your mistakes would be overlooked?" Ruel frowned at his words and replied, "I acknowledge that it was my mistake, and I should have been more careful, but that doesn't give you the right to speak to me like that. I told you I was sorry. You have some nerve to use that tone with me after causing all this." The man holding her wrist glared at her, his eyes like molten lava, ready to engulf her. Ruel gulped softly, instinctively trying to take a step back. "I truly am sorry." Desperation clawed at her heart, and tears glimmered in her brown eyes, momentarily catching him off guard. "The ground was slippery, and I was carrying the sweaters. I need to clean them. Please." Her voice wavered. Sheer vulnerability laid bare before him. With the ringing of the tower bell, the grip on her wrist loosened. Ruel yanked her hand free, dropping to her knees to gather the sweaters scattered across the muddy ground with trembling hands. As she tucked the last sweater away, she looked up to see him still watching her, his expression unreadable, before she bolted away. Vanishing from sight, Ruel fought the urge to glance back. She focused instead on the task ahead, spurred on by the memory of her family waiting at home, their needs burning fiercely in her heart. When Ruel finally arrived at the mansion, Mrs. Clifford's daughter, a young lady around her age, pointed and giggled with disdain as the mud-stained sweaters caught her eye. Ruel felt her heart sink at Mrs. Clifford's words. "I think we will not buy them after all. Is it because they're wet? I assure you they are still in excellent condition and will keep anyone warm, as we have crafted them using the finest wool." Ruel's eagerness spilt forth, laced with desperation, as she held up the best sweater. "This is a new design. I'm sure it will look lovely on you, Mrs. Clifford." However, her daughter simply shrugged, a smirk twisting on her lips. "These look like they were used before, and you simply washed them to make them look new. Unfortunately for you, we don't wear hand-me-downs like you do." Ruel's hands tightened around the fabric, her knuckles whitening as frustration and hurt surged within her. "My family and I may be in a poor place now, milady, but we aren't the kind of people who would stoop so low as to sell anything less than the best we can offer. My sister, mother, and I have put our hearts into these. They have been made with love and care." Mrs. Clifford's daughter remained unyielding. "We are no longer interested in buying them," she declared sharply. With that, the door slammed shut in Ruel's face, echoing the finality of her dreams fading along with it. As Ruel approached her house, anxiety twisted in her stomach at the sight of the open door. Uncertainty gnawed at her. She was not only late, but she had also failed to bring the expected money. Nervous, she stepped inside and immediately spotted the debt collector lounging on the sofa, his feet propped carelessly on the coffee table. A surge of panic coursed through her, but it quickly gave way to relief when she saw her father. "Elle is back home," Caroline exclaimed, relief mingling with a nervous smile. Finally, the debt collector clicked his tongue and swung his legs off the table, rising as if he owned the space beneath the very roof that sheltered them. "Let's see how much money your measly sweaters brought in now, shall we? Bring the money forward." Ruel's fingers tightened around the gunny bag. When she hesitated, Mrs. Belmont furrowed her brow, her gaze shifting to the bag that looked fuller than expected. "Did you not visit the Cliffords?" she asked. "I did." Ruel's voice trembled, fear crawling through her. The debt collector's eyes raked over her, narrowing as they fell upon the gunny bag. "What is this?" Without waiting for a response, he snatched the bag from her grip and dumped its contents onto the floor. Mrs. Belmont gasped, her hand clapping instinctively over her mouth as the drenched and dirty sweaters lay exposed. Caroline's mouth fell open, confused and shocked, struggling to comprehend how their efforts had unraveled so swiftly. "What did you do, Ruel?" Her father's voice sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving like a bitter chill. "I don't care what happened." The debt collector sighed in exasperation, clearly irritated by the familial drama. He turned to his henchman with a dismissive wave. "Take everything from here and put it in the carriage. Take his daughters, too." "No!" Mrs. Belmont screamed, desperation reflecting in her wild eyes as she stepped protectively in front of Caroline. "You are already planning to take everything valuable. Leave my family alone," Mr. Belmont shouted in desperation. But the debt collector only laughed, a cold, humorless sound that reverberated through the room. As the men began rifling through the meager possessions, Ruel felt the burden of guilt and responsibility pressing heavily on her shoulders. Her heart thudded wildly as despair washed over her. Just as the men prepared to step out with their meager valuables, a tall figure blocked their path. His straight blonde hair gleamed under the dim light, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "If you are here to collect debt, stand in line and wait your turn until we are done," the debt collector said, clicking his tongue, irritation flickering in his dark eyes. The stranger's gaze surveyed the worried faces around him before settling on Ruel, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. For him, everything faded, leaving only the flickering candlelight that danced over her innocence, glimmering with fear, but also an undeniable spark in his heart. Breaking his gaze from her, the stranger stepped inside, his movements fluid and deliberate. "I was wondering what the ruckus was all about." He turned to Mr. Belmont, offering a respectful bow, before turning to the debt collector. "And pray tell, how much does this gentleman owe you?" 6.5 silver coins, the debt collector replied, his tone dismissive and haughty. "What are you going to do knowing about it?" The stranger's hand slipped into his pocket. He produced 2 gold coins, their surfaces glinting like beacons of hope amidst the despair. "I have only 2 gold coins, but I am hoping it will be enough for them to buy some time before the rest can be settled." The debt collector's expression morphed, glints of greed sparking in his eyes as he snatched the coins with a triumphant smile. "Fine. You'd better be prepared for the next payment next week," he growled, turning dismissively to the Belmonts with a wave that silenced their hope. As the debt collectors finally withdrew, the remaining family members exhaled in unison, the weight of their despair lifting, if only slightly. Ruel turned her gaze to the stranger. "Thank you for aiding us. My family and I are ever so grateful for your help today when you didn't have to intervene," Mr. Belmont said, his voice low, infused with gratitude while his pride hurt. "You don't need to worry about it. It was merely by chance that I happened upon your house," the man replied, a slight smile curling his lips as he regarded Mrs. Belmont. "A person in need should always receive assistance. Isn't that what humanity is all about?" Mrs. Belmont replied. "What you did for us has saved us all. May I know your name, young man?" "It is Ezekiel Henley, milady," he said, bowing slightly once more. His stature and demeanor spoke of groundswell dignity, a man who bore the weight of his lineage with grace. I am Megan Belmont, and this is my husband, Harold Belmont. These are our daughters, Caroline and Ruel. Mrs. Belmont introduced her family quickly. You were like a prince in shining armor, Mr. Henley, Caroline blurted out, her innocence unabashed and lacking subtlety. As Ruel's gaze met Ezekiel's, she offered him a respectful bow, her voice steady but soft. Thank you for helping us, Mr. Henley. Ezekiel's interest increased. Intrigue danced in his stormy gaze. I'm just glad everything is resolved and that you can all breathe easier for now. Why don't you take a seat, Mr. Henley? Mrs. Belmont insisted, as she gestured towards the chairs. Perhaps another time, milady. Ezekiel's voice was polite yet firm. I am on the clock right now and have somewhere to be, but I would like to return another time. His glance met Ruel's again, a spark of interest lighting up his expression. I dislike seeing good folks being harassed, and it's only right that I lend my support. Excuse me. With a slight bow, he turned and made his way out the door. With the debt collector and his men finally gone, Ruel felt the tension in her shoulders ease, if only slightly. They were safe for at least the next week, all thanks to Ezekiel Henley's generous nature. How fortunate they were that he had come along, she thought. Close the door, Ruel, her father instructed. His voice clipped as if trying to reclaim authority in a time of disturbance. She nodded quickly, walking to the door and carefully shutting it before securing the lock with a determined click. The moment she turned back, the atmosphere shifted, a storm brewing anew. Slap! His hand struck her cheek, warmth blooming into a sharp sting that spread like wildfire across her senses. For a moment, her vision blurred, swept away by the force of his anger. How dare you ruin an entire month's efforts? His words cut deep and sharp. He glared at her, fury radiating from him with an intensity that felt almost unreal, the heat of his rage igniting the tension in the room. We give you one job, and you manage to ruin it. Do you think the expensive wool was just handed to us without any expense or effort? Ruel's hands trembled at his words, fear constricting her throat. She swallowed hard, struggling to explain as her head hung low, the weight of his disappointment pressing against her bones. Father, the ground at the market was slippery. Due to the time constraint, I was trying to reach the cliffer. And did everyone in the market slip and fall? Mrs. Belmont interjected in annoyance. It's always you, isn't it, Ruel? Everything just seems to happen to you. The sting of their words held an unbearable truth, a talon of shame piercing through her. It wasn't as if she had planned to fall, crushing their hopes with the weight of her clumsiness. She had simply sought to help her family. Life is hard enough, and you only make it worse. Mrs. Belmont clicked her tongue in frustration, her gaze shifting away. Ruel's heart raced as she attempted to apologize, her voice quaking with the tremors of her anxiety. I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean for it to happen. I tried my best to clean them all. I will have them cleaned now. That's enough. Her father's voice echoed through the house. You are nothing but a disappointment. You always have been, and you continue to be even now. His gaze bore into her. After all, what kind of child kills their own mother? He spat, the venom of his words shattering her spirit. Ruel felt a chill spread through her veins, his accusation striking her like another physical blow. A wave of helplessness washed over her, with tears prickling at the corners of her eyes as she looked up at him in stunned silence. The painful truth hung heavily in the air. Her biological mother had passed away right after giving birth to her, and her father had always held her responsible, convinced that she had stolen the life of his first wife. Mr. Belmont didn't linger in the living room. He stormed off to his bedroom, Mrs. Belmont hot on his heels like his shadow, leaving Ruel surrounded by the echo of her father's sharp words. A tear slipped down Ruel's cheek. She hadn't meant to disappoint her father. Despite his years of disapproval, she still harbored hope that one day, he would embrace her with open arms. Yet time and time again, the bloom of her efforts seemed to wither beneath the weight of his judgment. If only she had been careful, this wouldn't have happened. Caroline rushed to Ruel's side, concern lacing her voice. Are you all right? Don't pay attention to Papa's words. He didn't mean it. If it had been the first time, perhaps it wouldn't have hurt so much. But this was a pain woven into the fabric of her being, stitched into her since her childhood. Her father's ire had always been directed at her. Ruel nodded at her sister's words, a smile struggling to form but slipping away. She looked down, avoiding Caroline's gaze. I'm okay. Father has been under a lot of stress, and it's my fault for ruining the sweaters. Caroline wrapped her arms around her, her voice soft and warm. I was so worried when you didn't return within the hour. Ruel placed her hands over Caroline's. Everything is fine now. We just need to wash the mud stains and sell the sweaters. They'll be as good as new. As they returned to their shared room, Ruel began tying her hair into a messy bun when she heard Caroline speak. Was there so much mud on the ground? If they had been picked up sooner, maybe they wouldn't have had time to soak in so deeply, don't you think? Caroline inspected one of the sweaters, which now looked dirtier on the inside than on the outside. Ruel stuck a stick into her hair to keep it in place and muttered, It is all because of him. What do you mean? Her sister inquired. Ruel iterated on what had occurred at the market and ended with, It's all because of him. All vampires are the same, arrogant and rude. She huffed, her lips twisting into a frown. She then said, Had he not stopped me, the damage wouldn't have been this bad. She couldn't shake the memory of encountering that stranger, the vampire who had loomed over her like a dark shadow. He had made her feel so small and insignificant under his dark red eyes. He looked like he was ready to end her, she thought, a chill running down her spine. Vampires rarely ventured into human towns, which made her question the purpose of the vials and the reason for his visit. Why am I even thinking about this? She muttered under her breath, shaking her head to dispel the lingering thought. She hoped not to run into him again. Thank God for Mr. Ezekiel. I can't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't walked by, Caroline said, her voice filled with gratitude. Not to mention he is handsome. Ruel had barely noted the man's appearance, fixated instead on the kindness he had shown. We must repay him, she replied. I'll wash these sweaters and find another buyer for them. Within a week, Ruel had not only found a buyer for the sweaters, but she had also earned more coins than Mrs. Clifford had initially offered. On a sun-drenched afternoon, when the world felt vibrantly alive with possibility, Mr. Henley arrived at their doorstep. Her mother and Caroline had ventured out to procure more wool, leaving Ruel alone in their home. What is this, Miss Belmont? Mr. Henley asked, a look of mild surprise crossing his handsome features. 1 gold coin and 2 silver coins, Mr. Henley. It isn't the full amount you paid to the debt collectors on our behalf, but I felt it was only right to return a portion to you now that we are in a position to do so, Ruel said, holding out the coins. Mr. Henley's gaze shifted from her hand to her face. Please hold on to them until you and your family are in a comfortable position. The debt collector might return soon, won't he? He replied, his tone gentle yet firm. Perhaps you should consider giving it to them instead. I'm in no hurry to be repaid. Ruel stared at the gentleman before her, hesitating as she lowered her hand for a moment. Gathering her resolve, she pulled out the 2 silver coins. My family and I would feel terrible if we couldn't repay you anything at all. Please, Mr. Henley, she implored, a plea woven with gratitude. The man's expression shifted, a flicker of conflict crossing his features as he regarded her. With a reluctant sigh, he accepted the coins from her hand. Thank you, he murmured. In gratitude, Ruel offered Ezekiel a cup of tea, and as they chatted, she started to understand why he had helped her family the evening before. He told her that he came from a humble background, where his own family had also struggled with debt collectors, just like hers. It was rare to see someone as striking as him show such genuine kindness, and she felt a deep sense of respect for him. When Mrs. Belmont and Caroline returned home, Ruel and her sister went into their room to sort the wool, leaving Ezekiel alone with their mother. During their conversation, Ezekiel said, Mrs. Belmont, if I may be so bold, I would like to offer my assistance to you and your family. Mrs. Belmont's brow arched in both intrigue and surprise. He paused before saying, I would like to ask for your daughter Ruel's hand in marriage. However, a conflict of interest loomed, as Mrs. Belmont had been eyeing Ezekiel Henley as a prospective match for Caroline, hoping to secure a better future for her daughter. One morning, as the dawn light spilt softly across the small kitchen, Ruel stood at the table, setting the breakfast for her family. The air was thick with the aroma of freshly baked bread, when her sister Caroline burst into the kitchen, breathless. Mama, you cannot believe what I just found out. Mrs. Belmont closed her eyes. Ruel caught sight of Caroline holding a parchment, waving it like a flag of victory. Curious, she asked, what do you have there? This is everything anyone is talking about in the village right now, Caroline exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she thrust the parchment into Ruel's hands. The institution where vampires and select human study has changed its rules. They are now going to allow one young man or woman from each family, between the ages of 15 and 18, to join. Sexton is opening its doors to all families. Sexton. The establishment had been founded 200 years ago, during the era when vampires expanded their dominion, conquering vast lands that had once belonged to humans. Word had it that vampires from high-ranking families were sent there to hone their skills in various disciplines. It was no secret that the establishment evoked a mix of curiosity and envy among humans, even suspicion, because the humans excluded from its doors could only speculate what went inside its privileged walls. Even the humans who did attend Sexton never revealed what went on inside. But one thing was for sure, the humans who did attend Sexton often ended up working directly for the vampires, earning them a higher position and status than those enjoyed by the regular humans. Ruel's eyes skimmed across the words written and sealed on the parchment. Where did you get this? She couldn't help but wonder why the sudden change had been made and if there was a hidden agenda behind it. The men from the capital arrived this morning. They've been spreading the word all over town, Caroline replied, unable to contain her excitement. She then turned to their mother, her eyes wide with hope. Mama, please, I need you to sign my name on this so that I can attend. The registration ends by next weekend and needs to be mailed in by then. Let me see, Mrs. Belmont said, her tone suddenly serious as she reached for the parchment. Ruel quickly handed it over. How wonderful would that be? Caroline turned to Ruel, her eyes sparkling with the dreams of possibility. Just think of the opportunities. Are you sure about this? Ruel asked, a gentle warning lacing her words. This wasn't just any school. It was a sanctuary for vampires, where danger often lurked beneath the surface, cloaked in elegance and charm. Those creatures were not only dangerous but also known for their cruelty. I am, Caroline replied with fervent determination. Everyone knows that attending Sexton is a guaranteed pathway to elevating one's status. I thought it wouldn't be something you'd want for yourself, so I'll be more than happy to apply. Right, Mother? Mrs. Belmont stared at the inked words on the parchment for a moment before smiling and saying, I will discuss it with your father. Thank you, Mama. You are the best, Caroline exclaimed, ecstatic in the response, unaware that her mother had no plans of sending her anywhere near Sexton and had other plans in mind. In the following days, the town buzzed with gossip and excitement over Sexton's announcement of accepting new students. Families found themselves grappling with mixed emotions. Some viewed this as a promising opportunity for their children, a chance to rise above their current circumstances, while others recoiled at the thought of sending their precious ones to a school filled with blood-sucking creatures who ruled over them. The whispers grew louder, echoing from one household to another, until fear settled. Despite the appeal of potential advancement, only a handful of families dared to send their children, oblivious to the fate that awaited each of them beyond the walls of Sexton's hallowed halls. One afternoon, as Ruel made her way home from the market, her mind was preoccupied with worry about whether her parents would grant Caroline permission to attend Sexton. Today was the last day to submit her name for enrollment, and the mere idea of her sister navigating a world filled with vampires triggered a surge of worry through her. But she also knew how much Caroline looked forward to going, which was one reason Ruel had kept her concerns to herself. Miss Ruel. Startled from her thoughts, Ruel turned to see Ezekiel approaching, his warm smile cutting through the gloom like sunlight breaking through heavy clouds. What a fortunate coincidence to run into you. Are you heading home? Yes, I am, Ruel replied, her spirits lifting at the sight of him. She returned his smile. What brings you to the village today? I was here to meet someone, nothing urgent, he said, adjusting the satchel slung over his shoulder. She caught the soft clink of glass from within it. I had hoped to visit your family sooner, but work kept me tied up. Have you been doing well? Let me walk you home. I have, Mr. Henley. My family is doing well too, and it's all thanks to you, Ruel responded as they began walking side by side toward her house. How about yourself? Same here, Ezekiel replied, watching her intently for a moment before continuing. I've been swamped with work. My employer has been wanting me to put in overtime, and the travel has been relentless. That sounds tough, she said sympathetically. If you ever need a change of pace, perhaps you could join our family business. It's small at the moment, but one day it will flourish, and we could certainly use an extra pair of hands. Ezekiel smiled. That sounds like a plan. We could become family then, transitioning from friends to something even more significant. His words caught Ruel off guard, and she stared at him, puzzled. We are friends now, right? Ah, yes, Ruel murmured, feeling her cheeks warm at his implication. Was she imagining it? Just then, she heard him ask, Did your mother say something about me to you, Miss Ruel? That you're our savior, came her light-hearted reply, which made the moment feel less charged, though his gaze remained steady on her. Everyone has been busy since the news arrived from Sexton. Sexton. Ezekiel's eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Haven't you heard? The institution is now accepting one young lady or young man from each family for admission, Ruel said, her brow arching in surprise. Caroline has been eager to apply. Ezekiel's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Sexton. After a moment he replied, I need to be honest with you. I don't think it's a good idea for anyone to attend that place, especially not for your family. You're good folks, Ruel. Those who go there often become entangled in the darker aspects of vampire society, and I fear it could lead to disaster. As they stopped just before her house, an unspoken tension hung in the air, wrapping around them like morning mist. Ruel took a breath, pondering his warning. I thought it could be like that, she admitted quietly. Ezekiel nodded, his gaze steady and earnest. He surprised her by reaching out and gently taking her hand in his. I only mean well for you and your family, Miss Ruel. I truly hope you can discuss my concerns with them before any decisions are made. He released her hand and stepped back slightly. I should go now. I'll see you next week then. Ruel managed a smile, watching the man leave before she stepped inside her house. This exchange did not go unnoticed by their neighbor, Mrs. Finch. As Mrs. Belmont stepped outside briefly to inspect the outer walls of her house, which needed repainting, Mrs. Finch took the opportunity to approach. Good afternoon, Mrs. Belmont, she began, her tone casual but laced with curiosity. It seems you have finally decided to send one of your daughters away, Mrs. Finch remarked, her tone teasing but laced with assumptive air. Mrs. Belmont turned to face her neighbor, a frown creasing her brow. I haven't made any decisions about sending Caroline to Sexton yet, she replied, her voice steady but with a hint of tension beneath the surface. Mrs. Finch chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with delight. Oh, I'm not talking about that at all. I meant Ruel's marriage to the young man. He is handsome and holds a decent position in society, does he not? Her laughter carried a note of glee, clearly pleased by the thought. He certainly seems to be quite taken with her, doesn't he? Mrs. Belmont fell silent. The weight of Mrs. Finch's words settled heavily in her mind. It seemed like it was time that a decision needed to be made, thought the woman to herself. Before nightfall, Mrs. Belmont carefully filled out the application that accompanied the parchment for Sexton. Caroline, who had eagerly delivered the letter to the postman's house, was practically floating on cloud 9 the next morning. As she settled at the dining table, her excitement bubbled over. Now that I'm going to attend Sexton, I will need new clothes. And don't forget about shoes, she gushed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's wonderful that the academy allows students to visit their families on weekends. This way, I won't be homesick at all. Ruel wanted to be happy for Caroline, but worry etched her features. Their family was already struggling with debt, and additional expenses for her sister's clothing and shoes would only add to their burdens, even without their existing financial struggles. As Caroline naively detailed her elaborate plans for what she would wear on her first day and how she envisioned life at the academy, continuing to ramble, she said, "There will be shared dormitory rooms, but I'll find out the details only once I arrive. Not to mention, you won't be needing any new clothes or shoes," Mrs. Belmont interjected, placing her fork down beside her plate with finality. Caroline frowned, caught off guard. "I was just thinking, you aren't going to visit Sexton," Mrs. Belmont cut her off sharply. Ruel's eyebrows subtly rose in surprise as she processed her mother's words. She could hear Caroline's incredulous voice ask, "What do you mean?" "We delivered the application letter you wrote to them yesterday." Their father, who had just finished his breakfast, spoke with a somber tone. "Caroline, it will not be you who will attend Sexton." As the realization began to dawn on the sisters, one's expression filled with shock, while the other one turned pale in horror. A heavy silence fell over the Belmont family dining room, as disbelief etched across the two daughters' faces. Suddenly, Ruel erupted into laughter, unable to contain her amusement at the absurdity of the news. Surely, she must have misheard. She glanced between her parents, and as their serious expressions began to sink in, her laughter faltered, replaced by a gnawing concern. "You can't be serious," Ruel uttered, her voice wavering. "What?" Caroline's voice pierced through the silence, filled with disbelief. Their parents' decision felt like a bucket of icy water doused over her dreams. Turning to her mother, she murmured, "You didn't write my name on that letter?" But it was Mr. Belmont who was first to respond, directing his attention to his youngest daughter. "Ruel is the eldest of you two. Your mother and I decided it would be best for her to attend. She deserves this opportunity." His words, though authoritative, were clearly influenced by his wife. "No," Ruel whispered in her mind. "This couldn't be happening. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Did you tell them you wanted to go?" Caroline turned her hurt gaze towards Ruel, her blue eyes beginning to cloud with betrayal. Ruel shook her head resolutely. "I don't want to attend Sexton." "It isn't up for discussion," Mrs. Belmont interjected firmly. "We are in need of money, and having one of you attend Sexton would benefit us all." "I can be the one to do that," Caroline shouted, leaping to her feet and slamming her hand against her chest for emphasis. "Why are you sending her? I'm the one who's most suited for it. I even said I wanted to go. Why are you doing this?" "Like your father already mentioned, Ruel is the oldest, Caroline," Mrs. Belmont said, maintaining her calm demeanor despite the rising tension. "You have other responsibilities to tend to that are more pressing than your sister's." "No, I do not accept this." Caroline's voice cracked with raw anger, the unexpected shift in events shattering her dreams. "Change the name right this instant." When her parents continued to be unresponsive, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Turning to Ruel, their father's voice was commanding and devoid of hesitation. "You will be leaving for Sexton in 2 days. Make sure your trunks are packed." Caroline's face flushed with fury, and she stomped out of the dining room, slamming the door so hard that its echo reverberated through the house. The resounding bang snapped Ruel out of her trance, and she looked at her parents, who quickly diverted the conversation towards the shop, as if to distract from the upheaval that just unfolded. "Father," Ruel ventured, a mix of determination and dread settling in her stomach. "If I leave, who will help with the sweaters? Caroline is still learning, and she's not adept at it yet." "There's no need to worry about that," Mrs. Belmont reassured her, her voice steady. "Caroline has received a marriage proposal, so she'll be unavailable to assist. As for you, no one has come forward to ask for your hand until now. Besides, Sexton provides a compensation to families to help cover the enrollment costs, which should ease our expenses. What if I don't want to go? Ruel asked, the weight of her question hanging heavily in the air as her mother turned to look at her with a blank expression. Not go? Don't you want to make your father proud, dear? Mrs. Belmont replied sharply. She placed a hand over Ruel's, a gesture meant to convey encouragement, but feeling more like a shackle. Her mother's warm gesture almost swayed Ruel, but the thought of attending a place with vampires, where her very neck would be at their mercy, loomed large. It felt as though a significant decision had been made without her consent, leaving her feeling powerless and trapped. When Ruel returned to her room, she found Caroline sprawled across the bed, lying face down and deliberately turning away from her. Caroline, Ruel called gently, her voice soft with concern. But her sister remained silent, and an unspoken tension filled the air between them. Ruel sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the weight of disappointment and frustration settle over her like a dark cloud. It's unfair, Elle. It has always been like this. Caroline's voice was thick with frustration, her disappointment evident. Ruel's eyebrows furrowed as she waited for her sister to articulate her feelings. Everyone always chooses you. Always. And I'm the one who gets left behind. Ruel pursed her lips, trying to quell the storm of emotions brewing inside her. I'm being forced to go, not by my choice. And when have you ever been left behind? She had always been there for Caroline whenever she needed her, supporting her through every challenge. Caroline sat up abruptly, her face flushed and eyes blazing with anger. Every single time, people always notice you first because you're prettier than me. You walk into a room and all the attention goes to you. I'm just invisible. They want to talk to you, to give you things. I thought this was my moment, my chance to shine, but you had to steal that too. Her voice faded to a whisper, filled with pain and defeat. Ruel's heart ached at her sister's outcry, and she replied, Caroline, that's not how it is. I would never take anything from you. But it feels like that. Caroline shot back, her face a mask of hurt and anger. It's always been about you. I just wanted to be noticed, even once. It's like no one pays attention to me at all. People only care about what's on the outside, not what's inside. But you wouldn't understand that feeling. You wouldn't know how it feels to be neglected. You don't know that, Ruel whispered, not expecting to hear those words from her sister. You are the fortunate one, Caroline. You don't understand how. I'm tired and want to be left alone, Caroline interrupted coldly, turning away to lay back down on the bed, her back facing Ruel. 5 days passed, and Ezekiel Henley found himself outside the Belmont residence once more. Spotting Caroline tending to the small garden, he approached with a pleasant smile. Lady Caroline, good morning to you. Is your father at home? Although he asked the question with courtesy, his eyes subtly darted around, searching for any sign of Ruel. Good morning, Mr. Henley, Caroline replied, her expression brightening at the sight of him. If you're here to speak to Papa, he'll be back with Mama in about an hour. Oh? Where have they gone? Ezekiel inquired. A bitter smile tugged at Caroline's lips, unable to mask her emotions as she replied. To send Ruel off to Sexton. She must have already arrived. The smile on Ezekiel's face fell in shock. He had hoped to keep the Belmonts away from Sexton, but the thought of Ruel becoming one of its students filled him with dread. This was the first time he had fallen in love, and he wasn't about to let anything come between them. But what Ezekiel wasn't aware of was that Ruel's fate had been sealed long before, and it was now poised to unfold within the walls of Sexton. Ruel stood among the tall trees of the forest, sunlight filtering through the leaves above. Beside her lay the trunk she had set down just moments ago. Her parents had abruptly dropped her off midway, leaving her alone. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Don't disappoint us. Despite the crisp, fragrant air that enveloped her, Ruel found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Each inhalation felt labored, her anxious nerves constricting like vines around her chest now with uncertainty. Suddenly, The sound of wheels creaking against the forest floor broke through the quiet place, growing louder as a black carriage rumbled towards her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she waved her hands, desperate for a ride. But the coachman paid her no mind, driving past with a detached indifference, while inside, a group of young women looked right through her, as if she didn't exist. "Wait!" Ruel called out to the next carriage rumbling by, her voice tinged with urgency. But it disappeared behind the trees, leaving her feeling abandoned. Worried, Ruel fumbled for her pocket watch, her fingers trembling slightly as she checked the time. It was 5:10. She needed to be at Sexton by 6, not a minute later. If not, she would be denied entry. With no other choice before her, Ruel grasped the handle of her trunk and pulled it down the winding path, chasing after the ghostly silhouette of the last carriage that had disappeared into the trees. Just as despair began to creep over her, another carriage appeared, its wheels creaking and rumbling. She caught sight of the trunks piled high atop the carriage. Not wanting to lose this chance, she dropped her trunk in the path and leaped into the road so that the coachman didn't miss her. "Whoa, lady! Are you trying to get yourself killed or the poor horses?" The coachman's eyes widened in disbelief as the horses shifted after the reins were pulled. The coachman regarded Ruel, noticing the trail left by her trunk on the forest floor. After a moment he sighed, his expression softening. "Let's get your trunk tied on quickly." Ruel's heart lifted at his willingness to help, a warmth spreading through her as she beamed up at him. "Thank you very much," she exclaimed, the gratitude brightening her voice. Ruel's eyes brightened at his kindness and she thanked him. "Thank you very much." Once her luggage was securely fastened to the carriage, she climbed inside. Her gaze swept over the interior, landing on two young women around her age. Instantly, a frown creased her brow as she recognized one of them was Miss Clifford, her expression one of clear distaste, as if the very sight of Ruel sullied the carriage they shared. "I paid you to arrive at Sexton, not to pick up strays." Miss Clifford scolded the coachman, her tone sharp and condescending. She cast a dismissive glance in Ruel's direction. "Does she even have the money?" "I do, Miss Clifford," Ruel responded calmly, her voice steady. "And if you need it, I will be happy to share." The young girl shot her a cold glare. With a haughty sniff, she replied, "As if your meager money could suffice for my living. I should have taken a separate carriage. I can drop you here for you to pick a better carriage if you want, milady," the coachman stated from the front. Miss Clifford gritted her teeth, clearly irritated by the coachman's audacity, while the other girl snickered. Ruel took the seat next to the other girl, who had short brunette hair tied up in two playful low ponytails. The girl smiled warmly at her. "Hello, I'm Haley Elliott. First year." Ruel nodded, returning her smile with one of her own. "Ruel Belmont," she introduced herself. "Me too," Haley exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Are you thrilled? We'll be studying at this prestigious place. My distant aunt was once chosen to serve the queen. Although I don't know her personally, I'm hoping for something along those lines." "What about you?" Ruel was here against her will. She replied, "To land a decent job, I guess. A job that might finally bring in enough money to help her family escape their struggles, which she believed was because of her." "The only job you'll find here is that of a maid," Miss Clifford interrupted, her voice dripping with disdain. "Do you really think it's easy to secure a position close to the elites? You should aim for the princes or the other high-standing men, Ruel. In this carriage you seem more suitable," Haley stated, already disliking Miss Clifford, who rolled her eyes. Ignoring the grump, she said to Ruel, "But I hear there's a series of tests and scores that one needs to reach before one is even considered." "You should try for it too then," Ruel encouraged sincerely. "I would have, but strangely, I've always dreamed of being a head maid. It's been my ambition," Haley replied, her tone thoughtful, and she laughed. Ruel smiled, though a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. She found it odd that Haley would settle for such a position, yet she found it admirable. By the time they arrived at Sexton, the sky had begun to change color. Ruel felt herself pressed against the window, her heart racing with a mixture of awe and apprehension, much like the others around her who were stepping into this place for the first time. The towering silhouette of the academy loomed ahead, its Gothic architecture rising majestically against the vibrant twilight. The buildings towered with multiple spires and countless windows, each casting a warm, golden glow from within. There was something hauntingly beautiful about the sight, a delicate balance of warmth and eeriness. Ruel was the first one to get down from the carriage, and her heart had once again begun to beat faster. If Caroline were here, she would have shared her excitement with Haley, she thought to herself. But she couldn't remove the sense of dread she felt right now. Miss Clifford wasted no time in grabbing her bag, her eyes scanning the gathering crowd in search of individuals she deemed to be of higher status. Ruel handed the coachman more than his intended fare, for bringing her here on time. "Let me give you a tip before you leave," the coachman said, his voice low and gravely serious as he addressed the two young women. "If you find yourself at the bottom of the social ladder, you'll be bullied to death by the vampires. But if you aim too high, it won't just be the purebloods who threaten you. It'll be the humans who will bury you." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in the air between them. "That's not very encouraging," Haley murmured, her excitement being pulled down a couple of notches. "I say this because there are a minimum of 10 deaths every year at Sexton." The edge in his tone was sharp, making Ruel's heart quicken. "What should we do then?" Ruel asked the coachman quickly. The coachman advised, "Don't provoke the elites. Don't soar too high or too low. Just enough to keep you alive and you might survive. You'll soon discover that it might have been better to stay home than to step foot in here." This was something Ruel already knew, but her name had been given and there was no taking it back. Before Ruel could pose another question, the loud and clear toll of the tower bell reverberated through the air, leaving a slight echo that seemed to ripple with urgency. It was a summons, a clear call to enter the grand building and assemble with the others. With a polite bow towards the coachman, she turned on her heel and set off with Haley. The new students buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation, as if they could hardly wait to seize the first opportunity that Sexton would present. There were young men and women whose ages ranged from 16 to 18. On their way, Ruel's eyes fell on a person with a deep blue robe and silver mask that hid the person's face. She murmured, "HM? There's a long time before Hallow arrives to be dressed like that, isn't it?" she asked, doubting the dates. "A ball, perhaps?" Haley questioned, who didn't know either. A vampire strode confidently through the corridor, stepping up onto the raised platform. He appeared no older than 40, his striking red eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. His brown hair was impeccably styled, combed neatly to the side, exuding an air of meticulousness. Clad in dark blue and gray trousers paired with a tailored vest, he finished his attire with a white knotted cravat that spoke of elegance and authority. When everyone had gathered before him, the vampire paused for a brief moment, assessing the assembly with an unwavering gaze. "I am Edmund Mortis and I will be in charge of you," he announced, his voice steady and commanding. His face was as impassive as stone, yet his sharp eyes flickered across the crowd, taking in each young face before him. "As you know, Sexton has welcomed humans of unknown backgrounds this year, bringing in 72 students. The academy is divided into 3 classes," Mr. Mortis continued, his tone deliberate as he outlined the stark hierarchy. "First, we have the elites, pure-blooded vampires of the highest standing and the highest-ranking humans' children. Next are the half-bloods, the humans turned into vampires, carrying both the weight of our lineage and their former lives. Lastly, we have the groundlings, that is, you humans," he finished, his gaze lingering on them as if to emphasize their place at the bottom of the hierarchy. Ruel and the other humans around her could already feel the heavy difference and the prejudice that were right around the corner, waiting to hammer on them. As beautiful as the place appeared, wrapped in elegance and wealth, she could only imagine what was to happen, and a shiver of anxiety crawled up her spine. A young girl from a reputed family raised her hand, her expression that of a self-assured know-it-all. "Mr. Mortis, when will we receive our masks and robes? Aren't those masks reserved for the elites?" Someone in the crowd interrupted, confusion rippling through the murmurs. The robes are different for the two top classes. The mask was part of the uniform? Ruel asked herself. Why wear a mask at all? Unless it was easy to commit crimes and not know who was the one who caused them, she thought to herself. Do we get robes too? Another student asked eagerly. The student's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if the prospect of free garments was the highlight of their day. This only showed the poverty they came from, which had some of them look at the person in disdain. I don't recall giving any of you permission to speak, Mr. Mortis stated, a sharp edge to his voice that quickly silenced the room. To put it bluntly, humans don't deserve masks. Simply because you lack any abilities, and two, because you aren't the elite. The masks are each of the pure-blooded vampires' signatures. If you wish to have the black robes of the half-bloods, then you must prove yourself worthy of being changed. Elevate yourself to the next class, not just within Sexton but in the grand hierarchy of the world. Ruel glanced around at the crowd surrounding her. There were many eager faces from a better background than hers, while there were some who were repulsed by the idea of turning into something they despised. A guard stepped forward and handed a parchment to Mr. Mortis. I will call out each of your names and your assigned roommates, Mr. Mortis declared, his tone firm and authoritative. He began to read aloud, his voice ringing through the tense gathering. Groundling Faith Ritter with Althea Silverstone, half-blood. Groundling Peter Atkinson with Laszlo Cobb, elite. Groundling Austin Rise with Conrad Williams, groundling. As he continued to read, Ruel felt a sense of realization washing over her. Sexton had chosen to mix all three classes. A wave of unease rippled through the crowd, and she observed the pale faces of some students whose names had been called. Ruel held onto a flicker of hope that she would be assigned to a room with Haley, but her heart sank as the names continued to be called. Groundling Haley Elliott with Blake Stellaris, elite. She was going to room with a vampire? Ruel thought. In that moment, she was unsure whom to pray to for a favorable outcome. Then, Miss Clifford's name appeared as Mr. Mortis announced, Groundling June Clifford. And there was a proud smile on the young lady's face as she straightened her back, a peacock flaunting its feathers. With Ruel Belmont. You must be joking, Ruel muttered under her breath, finding it unbelievable that they were going to share a room. Across the room, June Clifford's expression darkened. Her lips pressed against each other before cursing under her breath. Mr. Mortis finished reading the remaining names. As the last name echoed in the air, he instructed everyone to follow him to the dining room, where the seniors and teachers awaited them. The passageways were wide and grand, illuminated by flickering candles and chandeliers that hung from the ceiling, casting a warm glow that felt both inviting and intimidating. With every step forward, Ruel's foot turned heavier than the last as she dragged herself. Finally, they arrived at the imposing wooden doors, intricately carved with twisting vines. Ruel moved slowly, falling almost to the back of the group, her heart pounding as she neared the entrance. When she stepped inside, she caught sight of the 4 long tables, each clearly designated for the various classes and the teachers. A young girl right behind Ruel looked terrified at the sight of the several red eyes on her, and her ankle twisted. And as she fell, she also stumbled against Ruel, who lost her balance for a moment, but one of the elites caught her in time. Are you all right? Asked a bright voice belonging to a young man as he released her. Though his face remained hidden behind a golden mask, Ruel noticed his tousled, dirty blonde hair catching the light. I am. Thank you very much. I was certain I was going to plant my face on the carpet today. Ruel nervously blurted out, a shaky smile spreading across her lips. As she glanced to the side, she caught the gaze of another elite at the table, his darker red eyes piercing at her. That would have been horrible, he replied, a playful tone in his voice. Nothing should be plastered except for paint or tiles. I didn't know vampires could be nice, Ruel retorted before she could think better of it. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Maybe he was just a human elite? But the rich red of his eyes quickly dispelled that notion. The person suddenly pushed his mask upward, revealing his face and asking, Is that so? And Ruel shook her head. Vampires in Sexton are so much nicer than outside, she hoped, her heart racing as memories of the coachman's warning flickered in her mind. She had to behave nice and not make enemies here. She leaned in and whispered, I recently encountered this arrogant vampire in the market who acted as if he owned the world and only added to my problems. He was dreadful, and as if on cue, the other elite, who had been watching her intently, casually pulled his mask slightly down, as if to adjust it. Ruel's mouth fell open in disbelief. This was the same vampire she had encountered in the market, the one she had just badmouthed without a second thought. His piercing glare locked onto hers, an unmistakable mix of annoyance and recognition. Oh no, she thought to herself. If looks could kill, Ruel would be 6 feet under in the dining room by now. The vampire's glare pierced through her with an intensity that would have silenced anyone else. The young man who had caught her from falling wore a disarmingly gentle smile. Chuckling softly, he shook his head. That must have been quite the ordeal. What business could a vampire have possibly wanted with someone as lovely as you? Adrenaline surged through her veins, pulsing like a drum in her ears and sending her heart racing. She couldn't help but babble her way out. Oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding, Ruel exclaimed, waving her hands animatedly. I meant in the forest, not the market, the forest. Actually, he wasn't that bad. It was entirely my mistake. Her words tumbled out in a rush, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she bowed slightly and hurried to the table where other humans like herself were seated. Spotting Haley waving at her from the groundlings table, Ruel felt immediate relief. She quickly plopped down beside her. I can't believe you ended up with that Clifford girl, Haley said after swallowing a mouthful, her tone a mix of disbelief and sympathy. Neither can I, Ruel replied with a nervous chuckle, feeling the weight of her situation pressing down on her. How about you? Will you be okay? Haley met her gaze with a reassuring nod. I hope so. It would have been nicer if we shared the same room. Ruel felt the same and managed a weak smile. Although a gnawing anxiety clung to her, at least she wouldn't be sharing a room with a vampire. How bad could sharing a room with June Clifford be, right? After a moment, Haley nudged Ruel with her elbow and whispered, I think they're looking at you, just as Ruel was taking a bite of her food. Glancing up, Ruel noticed a few senior human girls and a few others from the half-blood table watching her intently. Her heart began to race anew, a surge of panic washing over her. She swallowed quickly and asked, Did I miss something? I think it's because you spoke to an elite, Haley murmured, her voice dropping to a cautious whisper. Ruel felt their stares piercing through her, and her palms grew clammy as she tried to ignore the mounting pressure of their scrutiny. She had unintentionally drawn unwanted attention. Being here felt like a bad dream that she couldn't wake up from. She had never wanted to come to Sexton, but here she was. In this vampire-dominated world, being human felt like playing a pawn in a game of deception, where choices were mere illusions dancing just out of reach. On the other side of the room, at the elite's table, Sawyer, who had caught Ruel earlier, finished off his glass of blood. Looks like we have an interesting crop of humans this time, he declared to his friends. Since we're in our final year, I think it's wise to start making our selections soon. The vampiress across from him responded, I'd rather wait. I can only wonder which of them will be shooting stars, burning brightly only to fizzle out. Did you see the one with her charming clumsiness? Blake? Sawyer asked the vampiress. At that moment, Lucian, the dark-haired vampire seated next to Sawyer, focused intently at the mention of Ruel. Though his expression remained impassive, a flicker of irritation and annoyance crossed his otherwise composed features. The one you've put a bullseye on? Blake inquired with an amused arch of her brow. Bullseye? When? Sawyer asked, tilting his head in curiosity. Anyway, I find her amusing. What do you think, Lucian? The dark-haired vampire lifted his gaze from his swirling drink. His red eyes, darker than most at the table, carried an icy, penetrating stare and, though silent, his demeanor was heavy with unspoken judgment. What do you find so amusing? Lucian's voice was low and laced with disdain. Humans are remarkable only in their ability to make fools of themselves. She seems no different. Sawyer leaned back with a pout. You're as harsh as ever. If you are going to choose one, as a future duke, your focus should be on their competitiveness and potential rather than merely their appearance. Lucian's words were sharp. After a while, a soft yet distinct clinking of a knife against a glass echoed from the teacher's table, drawing the student's attention. Ruel's gaze shifted to a vampire standing at the head of the table, who appeared to be in his 50s. With a short beard and piercing gray eyes, he wore a smile that did little to soothe Ruel's unease. She sensed that beneath his seemingly pleasant demeanor lay something far more unsettling. "Settle down, everyone," the man said, holding a glass in his hand. When the students failed to quieten down, he abruptly hurled the glass against the wall, causing a shattering crash that commanded immediate silence. "Much better. It seems we have a batch that responds to action more effectively than words," he remarked with a satisfied smile. Ruel tightened her grip on the spoon she held as some of the students jumped in their seats from the unexpected noise. "My name is Mikhail Oak," he announced, his voice steady and authoritative. "On behalf of my staff, I welcome all returning and new elites, half-bloods, and groundlings. Sexton was established to foster cooperation between vampires and humans, and that is the foundation of what we teach here. We aim to guide you through courses designed to help you find your rightful place in our society. Failure to complete them will ensure you remain at the bottom. Your families have been compensated for assisting the vampires, and in return, the vampires will teach you how to navigate the New World Order. I hope all of you thrive and have a memorable time here," he concluded. Neither Mr. Mortis nor Mr. Oak mentioned any rules. Were there none? It felt as if both vampires and humans were left to their own devices, wild and unchecked. This lack of structure and clear guidelines left not just Ruel, but many others feeling uneasy, while the vampires seemed to smirk knowingly. Once Mr. Oak left the room, Ruel couldn't help but agree that her situation didn't look that great. Some of the students began to leave too, and as she stood up, her gaze somehow seemed to find the vampire who had just exited the dining room. Ruel and Haley hurried to their respective dorms after picking up their keys from Mr. Mortis. Upon reaching her room, Ruel found it empty. June hadn't arrived yet. The room was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 students, with a bed on each side against the walls, with study desks positioned nearby. The room was stocked with an ample supply of candles to illuminate the space, and a cushioned bed awaited her, dressed in fresh, crisp sheets. She took the opportunity to unpack her clothes, choosing the side of the room without a window in the hopes this gesture would offer a chance of a fresh start with June, especially given the more pressing concern of navigating a world filled with vampires. Almost an hour later, after finally unpacking, Ruel felt like she could use a bath. Just then, June arrived, the smile on her face vanishing the moment she saw Ruel's belongings neatly arranged, while she was yet to do so herself. "What have you done?" June exclaimed, frowning at the sight of Ruel's things occupying the right side of the room. "You can't just unpack and claim that space without consulting me." "I would have waited, but you weren't here to unpack," Ruel replied, trying for diplomacy in an attempt to keep the peace. "But don't worry, I left the window side for you." "Left it for me? Is this your dormitory, your academy to make offers?" June cut in, raising her eyebrows in disbelief. She added with a hint of annoyance, "I didn't even want the window. You can have it. Move your things to the other side. Hurry up. I'm going to take a bath, and I expect you to sort it out by the time I'm done." This brat, Ruel thought to herself. The first night was far from easy for Ruel. The mere thought of someone entering the room and the shadows that danced on the walls kept her awake for a long time. When she finally did manage to fall asleep, it wasn't for long. When morning arrived, Ruel forced herself out of bed as she needed to prepare for her classes, which started at 8. To her surprise, the other bed was already empty. After waiting for an hour with no sign of June, she decided to knock on the bathroom door a couple of times. "Miss Clifford?" she called out, her concern growing. "Maybe she fell and hit her head?" "What?" came the sharp response from inside. Can't you see I am busy? I can't, Ruel muttered, exasperated. Mustering her voice, she insisted. It's 7 o'clock. I need to get ready too. I can hear you. There's no need to shout, geez. I will be out in 10 minutes, June replied dismissively. She stepped out only after it was 7:30. Seriously, I couldn't take a relaxing bath with you interrupting me. Ruel had tried to extend an olive branch, but it seemed June Clifford was intent on turning this into a battlefield. Anxiety prickled at Ruel's skin as she hurriedly dressed, her mind racing with the urgency of the moment. As she dashed towards the dining hall, she realized with a sinking feeling that Haley had already left for class. Her stomach grumbled in protest. Just then, the distant chime of the tower bell echoed through the halls. In one swift motion, she snatched a glass of orange juice, bringing it to her lips for 2 quick sips. Clutching the glass tightly in her hand, she rushed through the corridor, her footsteps echoing her haste. This is the way, isn't it? She wondered aloud. Please don't let the teacher be strict. As she hurried along, her eyes caught the sight of a few half-blood young women heading in the opposite direction. Perhaps Sexton wasn't as daunting as she had thought? The thought flickered momentarily, but the pressing reality of her situation reasserted itself with urgency. She couldn't afford to fall behind in class. In a fit of nervousness, Ruel instinctively raised her book to shield her face, attempting to blend into the surroundings as if she were a mere shadow passing through unseen. The last thing she needed was to get entangled with the vampiresses. And although Ruel successfully brushed past the young ladies, her hurried pace and the book raised to shield her face led to an unintended consequence. In her frazzled state, she collided sharply with something or someone, and felt a firm hand grip her arm. Ruel's heart nearly leapt from her ribcage as a low, resonant voice cut through the air. Honestly, for a human so intent on entangling herself with her own feet, you might as well consider a career in the circus. For some reason, the voice sounded strangely familiar. When she lowered the book in her hand, her breath caught at the sight of him. It was him, and his dark red eyes glimmered with annoyance. Embarrassment flooded her cheeks as she stammered, I didn't mean to run into you. Of course. His gaze, cold as ice, narrowed. Do your eyes ever pay heed to where you're walking or running? Ruel felt frustration flare up within her. If I had known, I would have taken the opposite direction, she retorted, though his glare only intensified, a storm brewing beneath his calm facade. She gulped, instinctively taking a couple of hurried steps back, feeling the weight of his presence pressing down on her. It wasn't a question, he said, his tone low and dripping with disdain. Ruel's instinct was to argue that it certainly sounded like one, but the words caught in her throat. After all, he was a vampire, a formidable creature of the night, and she was just a mere human standing helplessly before him. She closed her mouth, feeling small and vulnerable under those piercing eyes. What are you doing here? Lucian asked, his voice cutting through the air with a sharpness that sent a jolt of anxiety through Ruel. Although they had only crossed paths a few times, he always made her feel on edge. I was heading to my class when you suddenly appeared in front of me, she blurted out, flustered. I mean, I ended up in front of you. His glare remained unyielding, intensifying the tension between them. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she needed to get to her class. I should go, she exclaimed, the urgency in her voice rising. I didn't say you could leave, Lucian responded, his tone deceptively calm, yet laced with an undercurrent of authority. Ruel had already turned when she felt his hand grip her skirt, stopping her in her tracks. Her brown eyes widened in shock at his audacity. Let go of me. Was he planning to drag her away? Or worse, was he going to kill her? When he didn't release her, desperation overtook her. In a frantic bid to free herself, she spun around abruptly, the momentum causing the glass to slip from her grasp. The orange juice erupted from the glass, splattering across his shirt. As Ruel's gaze dropped, she noticed that his hands were not holding her at all. Her eyes widened in horror as she glanced sideways and realized that her skirt had been caught by the wall-mounted light fixture. Ruel no longer knew which was worse. Accusing an elite vampire of holding her by her skirt or dousing him with orange juice. A vibrant splash against the stark white of his shirt, which was left exposed as he carried his sexton robe draped over his arm. The sweet scent of citrus wafted around them as the bright liquid dripped down his shirt. Her heart raced as her gaze nervously climbed to meet his furious eyes, which darkened like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Run, Ruel! In a fit of panic, she tugged at her skirt, desperate to free it from the grip of the light fixture. To her horror, the fabric tore with a sound that seemed to echo ominously in her ears. Things were only getting worse. How far could she go? He was a vampire, a predator lurking just beneath the surface, ready to pounce like a leopard. She could almost imagine his claws, sharp and gleaming, ready to tear through her defenses with ruthless precision. He had likely sharpened them the night before, plotting how best to ruin her life. There was only one option left. Swallowing her fear, Ruel took a deep breath and offered a deep bow to the vampire, her voice trembling. I am so sorry for spilling the juice on you. I didn't mean to offend you. I thought you had. Embarrassment flooded, threatening to overwhelm her. But it was the wall. Please forgive me. As she raised her head, Ruel fished a hand into her pocket and produced a clean handkerchief, offering it to him as a gesture of peace. Do you truly believe that your measly handkerchief can remedy what you've done? He asked, his voice a menacing whisper. His gaze bore into hers unyieldingly, making her skin crawl. There's a towel back in, breaking my vials, bad-mouthing me, and now spilling juice on me. He listed, taking a step closer, the domineering air thickening around them. Ruel felt small under his scrutiny, her gaze dropping to the floor in a reflexive gesture of submission. And after all that, you have the audacity to make light of the situation. Ruel blinked, taken aback. Huh? She instinctively stepped back, an ingrained response to his overwhelming presence. It's my fault. Please, allow me to make amends. So that you have a clear conscience that you did no wrong? He raised an eyebrow, a faint, dry smile curling at his lips, and though he spoke calmly, the weight of his words was evident. That is how most humans are. You make a mess, and when it's time for accountability, you think a simple sorry will suffice. I didn't mean it that way. Ruel's voice quivered in response, her hands clenching at her sides as his anger loomed like a storm on the brink of breaking. I ruined your shirt. That's why Were you going to buy me a new one? Can you even afford it? He shot back, a tinge of mockery lacing his words as he glanced at her torn dress, a glaring reminder of their social divide. No, Ruel knew she couldn't afford it. If she could, she wouldn't be here, tangled up in the web of vampires who treated humans as mere amusements. She had fleetingly considered offering to wash his shirt, but the thought evaporated as quickly as it came. He probably had a host of servants for that, a luxury she could barely comprehend. What can I do then? Ruel asked sincerely, her voice barely more than a whisper as she cast her gaze downward, afraid to meet his furious eyes. It was only her first day at Sexton, yet she felt as if she had already made a fool of herself more than once. Why did she always manage to mess things up? When she caught sight of his feet moving towards her, a shiver of dread raced down her spine. Anxiety tightened in her chest as she quickly shut her eyes, bracing herself for the worst. I will tell you what you can do, he said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, each word deliberate with warning. He leaned in slightly, his presence like a stormy cloud. Stop crashing into me. The farther away you are, the better? Or do you prefer your neck to be squeezed? His eyes narrowed. Ruel shook her head quickly. It wasn't as though she had intended to run into him. He wasn't some red cloth meant to be charged at like an enraged bull. After a few seconds of tense silence, during which he offered no further remarks, she finally dared to pry her eyes open. To her surprise, she found herself standing alone in the corridor. Glancing back and forth, she realized he had already left, leaving only the remnants of the orange juice splattered on the floor. Her heart was still beating loudly from the close brush with danger. Fueled by lingering adrenaline, She sprinted down the deserted corridor, painfully conscious of her lateness. The walls loomed dark and rough, hewn from uneven stone that seemed to claw at her passing form. When she finally reached her classroom door, she was breathless and her vision was dancing with spots. Tardiness is not tolerated here, especially from groundlings expected to serve the elites. The teacher's voice cut through the room, devoid of compassion. Ruel's gaze met his, her breath catching as his red eyes burned with disdain at her lack of punctuality. Hastily, she offered an apology, stammering, "I'm sorry for being late. I had trouble with the bath." "It must be the dirt you brought with you that clogged it," snickered a sarcastic voice, unmistakably June's. Laughter erupted in the classroom, directed at Ruel and her background. "It was because she began, but the teacher's ice-cold glare cut her off, silencing her mid-sentence. "Did I give you permission to speak? I can already see at least one of you won't make the grade," he hissed, his contempt evident. "Sexton's reputation is paramount, and I won't allow lowly humans to sully it. If you believe I'll overlook this lapse just because it's your first day, you are gravely mistaken." Ruel paled at his harsh words. First day at this place, and she had already managed to court punishment. "Stand here," the teacher commanded, indicating the spot he had just vacated. He then moved deliberately towards the table at the front of the room. Ruel stepped cautiously into the dimly lit classroom, the absence of windows casting long shadows across the stone floors. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed the students seated at their desks, a mix of humans and vampires. Among them, for elites stood out, their silver and gold masks adorned with intricate designs, lending them an air of mystery and prestige. She found Haley's friendly face among the crowd, whose expression was filled with worry for her. Her gaze then shifted to the blackboard, where bold letters spelled out hematology. Under the title were various notes and numbers, but her eyes were fixated on the word hematology. "You there," the teacher pointed at a student sitting near the front. "Join her." "Me?" June asked, nervously gesturing to herself. "What did I do, Mr. Northman?" She attempted a smile, though her voice trembled slightly with uncertainty. "This is for speaking out of turn. It would be best for you to be on your feet." "Now," Mr. Northman replied, picking up a blade from the table with a steady hand. He appeared to be in his late 40s, his long gray hair falling past his shoulders lending him an air of seasoned authority. Despite it being the first class of the year, he looked utterly exhausted, as though the weight of many years settled heavily upon him. Ruel watched as Mr. Northman twirled the sharp blade in his hand, feeling a mix of dread and resignation. Meanwhile, her roommate June looked as though she had swallowed poison, her face pale and on the verge of fainting. "Raise your hand," Mr. Northman instructed. June, accustomed to her privileged status in society, hesitated, unprepared to be put at such a disadvantage. With a swift, practiced motion, he took her hand and made a precise cut. "Arg!" June winced as pain shot through her finger, and for bright drops of blood fell into the petri dish, their vivid color stark against the clear glass. "Get used to the sensation," Mr. Northman advised, casting a pointed glance her way. "This is just a mere paper cut compared to what you'll experience here." With that, he moved on to Ruel. She steeled herself and voluntarily raised her hand, determined not to show fear. As the blade sliced through her wrist, a sharp pain twisted her stomach, but she clenched her jaw and endured it, unlike June, whose eyes brimmed with tears. "You there," Mr. Northman called, gesturing to a human boy in the class. "Come forward and taste both samples. Then tell us what you taste." The humans flinched at the request, repulsed by the notion of tasting another's blood. But in Sexton, refusal led to dire consequences, and no one wanted to risk displeasing the staff. Ruel watched as the boy hesitantly approached the front. With obvious reluctance, he flicked his finger to each sample, tasting them carefully. "They taste the same," he admitted in a hesitant voice. "Groundling," Mr. Northman said with mocking superiority. "This class is about understanding the subtleties of blood health. It is crucial for each of you to recognize and comprehend the characteristics of healthy blood, to determine whether your blood meets the necessary criteria or requires improvement. Now, I need a volunteer from among the elite. A masked vampire moved gracefully to the front, sampling the blood in contemplative silence. Better, he pronounced, nodding towards June's sample, before returning to his seat with a self-assured air. Mr. Northman raised his hands again, commanding attention from the class. Vampires possess an innate ability to discern blood quality, identifying which samples are rich in vital nutrients. You may both return to your seats, he told the humans dismissively. He then continued, however, there are times when a vampire's senses may be impaired, which is why I will demonstrate how to assess and select the best blood. The darker the shade, the higher the quality. Ruel found her seat beside Haley, who was quietly jotting down notes from the teacher's instructions. Mr. Northman, now engaged in a demonstration, added various chemicals to test tubes containing their blood samples. The tube with June's blood transformed into a deep purple, while Ruel's took on a soft lilac hue. As the class ended and the teacher left, Haley swiftly turned in her seat to face Ruel, her voice tinged with concern. "How's your hand doing?" Ruel could still feel the sting from the blade's cut, and she replied, "It should be better by evening." "Why were you late?" Haley asked in a conspiratorial whisper. "It's a long story," Ruel deflected. "How was your night?" "Far better than I expected," Haley replied, her voice low and confidential. "Senior Blake is surprisingly friendly compared to most of the vampiresses here. She gave me some advice, to follow the teacher's instructions closely and to carry a weapon." "A weapon?" Ruel asked, eyebrows raised. Haley nodded, her expression serious. "Apparently, vampires have a lot of leeway here, just like anywhere else. They can harm humans as long as the teachers don't witness it. No body means no evidence." June's voice sliced through the chatter, loud enough for Ruel to hear. "What a pity your blood turned lilac. Your family must be struggling to feed you properly. You should probably sign up as a maid or a slave with that blood count. At least mine is considered tastier." Ruel paused and responded just as audibly, "Perhaps you should consider stationing yourself in the dining room then." The remark drew a few stifled giggles and whispers from around the room. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you even know who I am?" June demanded. Ruel regarded her coolly, letting the question linger before offering her reply. "A groundling, just like me." She watched with a hint of satisfaction as a vein throbbed in June's forehead, finding amusement in the knowledge that it must be particularly infuriating for someone like June Clifford to be equated with someone like her. Before June could retaliate with a mean remark, the teacher for the next class strolled through the door, interrupting the brewing confrontation with an amused observation. "It seems this year's class might be sharper than the last." Groundling is indeed correct. Students hurried back to their seats, the air charged with a newfound respect mingled with curiosity. The elites adjusted their posture, their backs snapping straight as the figure at the front commanded the attention of the room. The girls couldn't help but admire the man at the front, who wore a polite smile. He had blonde hair and striking dark red eyes that gave him a fox-like appearance as he scanned the class. He looked to be in his late 20s. Dressed in a crisp red shirt beneath a tailored black coat and trousers, he exuded a polished elegance that was hard to ignore. "Good morning, class," he began, his voice smooth and inviting. "I am Dane Slater, and you can address me as Mr. S. I am thrilled to guide you through the intricacies of social hierarchy this year." As he spoke, the corners of his lips curled upwards, a subtle reminder of the vampire's predatory grace. "Slater," one of the students whispered, barely audible over the settling murmur. "As in from the lineage of vampire lords?" "Lords?" asked another student beside Ruel, who turned intrigued. In their world, lords were no less than royalty, and it made her wonder what someone like him was teaching here. The vampire positioned himself at the front, casually leaning against the edge of the desk. "Today we will delve into the topic of humans, known here as the groundlings," he began, his voice rich with intrigue. "But before we proceed, Why don't we start with some introductions? The introductions began with the front row, where the human students sat, each one stating their name as the teacher acknowledged them with a nod. Baron Bryson Tenebrous' daughter, Lady Peyton Tenebrous. One of the girls announced with a smug expression as she basked in the attention. When it was Ruel's turn, she rose from her seat to introduce herself. Unlike many of her classmates, she lacked a prestigious title, and she could sense their disinterest. The vampires in the room exchanged knowing glances, already scheming to make her a target, just like the few other easy marks among their year. She offered a polite bow before introducing herself. My name is Ruel Belmont. When her eyes met the teacher's, his gaze seemed to linger on her for a brief moment, as if assessing her presence. Then, with a smile and a nod, he said, "Next," allowing her to take her seat. After the introductions, he addressed the class, his gaze sweeping over the students. Now that we've finished our introductions, let me remind you, groundlings, he began, his tone firm yet cordial. While you might hold respectable titles outside these walls, they hold no weight here. Within this academy, you are all classified as groundlings. Set aside your titles, as you will all start from scratch. He smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. Ruel diligently took notes in the notebook she had brought with her, capturing the essential points as the class continued. Around her, a few students struggled with their writing, a consequence of not having had the privilege of a proper education. Haley, though writing slowly, managed to record most of the lesson. When the bell rang loud and clear, signaling a break, Ruel and Haley joined the other students in stepping out of the classroom. As they passed by the teacher's desk, a stack of books unexpectedly slipped from the edge and scattered across the floor. My, how clumsy of me, Mr. S chuckled, making no immediate move to retrieve them. Sensing his expectation, Ruel and Haley quickly stooped down to gather the fallen books. As they stood up, the teacher turned to Haley with a charming smile. Would you be a doll and take these to the staff room? Of course, Mr. S. Haley responded eagerly, happy to oblige. With the books in hand, they made their way out of the classroom. Haley, was it? He confirmed, and Haley nodded enthusiastically. As they walked, Ruel observed the passing students from different classes mingling in the bustling corridors. Only child? He inquired casually. I have a younger brother, Haley responded, her voice brightening as she chatted with him. My father, Brody Elliott, works as a coachman for Earl Sangare's nephew. As he conversed with Haley, his eyes occasionally shifted towards Ruel. Upon arriving at the staff room, they placed the books neatly on his desk. He offered them a warm smile and said, Thank you for the help. I'd be sure to send your fathers a note of commendation for your good work. For bringing in books? Ruel thought, a bit puzzled. Then his gaze settled on her. Harold Belmont, she responded in a respectful tone. The vampire watched Ruel leave the room with the other human girl before disappearing behind the door. Ruel Marie Belmont, he murmured softly as a thoughtful expression flickered across his refined features. His smile grew, a subtle curve of intrigue playing at his lips. Well, isn't that interesting? Knock, knock. The knocks echoed through the house, pulling Mrs. Belmont from her afternoon chores. As she moved towards the door, she wondered who it could be. Couldn't be the debt collector. Her husband had seen to their scheduled payment that morning. And Caroline was out enjoying herself at the seamstress's shop, spending the academy's compensation on a new gown. Wiping her hands on her worn apron, she opened it with a smile. Mr. Henley, what a pleasant surprise to see you at this hour. Please come in. Ezekiel stood there, his expression taut with an unspoken frustration. He offered a courteous bow but declined her invitation. That's quite all right. I am running short on time today. After a loaded pause, he got to the heart of his visit. Mrs. Belmont, I'm here regarding my request for Ruel's hand in marriage. I'm puzzled as to why you have sent her to Sexton instead. Mrs. Belmont returned his gaze with an apologetic sincerity. I am sorry, Mr. Henley. Mr. Belmont was swift in his decision due to the strain of our financial situation. and I didn't have the opportunity to discuss the proposal with him beforehand. I did mention it yesterday, and he has agreed to give his blessing for the marriage to proceed. Ezekiel's mind raced. He knew about Sexton more than these mere humans did. Ruel's admission couldn't be easily cancelled. And how do you propose we address this? He pressed her. Caroline is arranging the wedding attire as we speak, Mrs. Belmont assured him with practiced patience. We will hold the ceremony in 2 weeks. Does this sound agreeable, Mr. Henley? We can make the necessary arrangements in the meantime. Ruel will be home, and there will be ample time for all of us to prepare. The assurance that Ruel would indeed be ready for the ceremony seemed to pacify Ezekiel. His features relaxed marginally. You will need to return the compensation to the academy within the end of this week. Otherwise, it will be too late. I'll see to it that you have the necessary funds, he replied with resolve. That is most generous of you, Mr. Henley, Mrs. Belmont responded, inwardly more than pleased. She had guessed the man held a decent standing, judging by the polish of his shoes and the tailored cut of his coat. Yet, realizing he had enough resources to pull Ruel out of the academy confirmed the wisdom of her decisions. Before evening set in, Ruel completed her classes with Haley, and they made their way through the bustling corridors of Sexton Academy, moving from the east wing towards the west. It is strange to have vampires and humans studying the same subjects, Ruel mused, reflecting on their 5th class of the day. Actually, the elites do follow different subjects after the first year, Haley explained quietly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. I spotted this one vampiress in the library reading about psychology and emotional manipulation. I guess the curriculum is different for them than it is for humans, to better cater to the elites. It seems like it, Ruel murmured. Haley turned to Ruel with a beaming smile. You're so good at art, Ruel. You are truly gifted. At Sexton, art had been introduced as part of the coursework, presumably to serve as entertainment for the vampires, a touch of beauty in their otherwise dark world. Barely, Ruel replied, brushing off the compliment with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She longed to do better, feeling that her efforts were never enough. You're just being modest, aren't you? Haley teased gently. She then added, I am so glad to have made a friend on the first day here, and Ruel shared the same sentiment. Just then, a harsh clinking of metal echoed through the corridor, slicing through the peaceful air like a knife. As they turned their gazes down the hall, Ruel's heart sank at the sight before her. A vampiress strode confidently at the front, her golden mask glinting in the light. Behind her, a human groundling followed, a stark contrast to his elegant captor. A metal collar was clasped tightly around his neck, a chain trailing behind him like a dark shadow, pulled by the vampiress's grip. What sent chills down Ruel's spine were the evident bruises marring the human skin, visible reminders of his repression. Beside the masked woman walked another regal vampiress, their demeanor exuding superiority, while a halfling trailed at the back. Once the vampiress and her chained follower passed by and disappeared at the far end of the corridor, a ripple of whispers broke out among the students. The murmurs swirled through the air, primarily from the groundlings. What was that? Who was she? One voice quavered, filled with confusion and shock. A first-year elite, unmasked and standing confidently among his peers, replied with an air of arrogance. That's the Duke's daughter, Lady Angelina Ravenscroft. Everyone, including Ruel, turned to regard the young vampire as he continued. That's what happens when you fail in more than 2 subjects. You're put on sale because everyone knows worthless things need to be sold quickly before they become completely useless. His callous words struck a chord within Ruel. The harsh reality of their world loomed before her. Failure was not an option. She couldn't afford to fall behind like the groundling she had just witnessed. Subconsciously, Ruel's hand drifted to the locket nestled against her chest, safely hidden beneath the fabric of her dress. The locket, a cherished keepsake from her deceased mother, and it was something she often drew courage from. We need to pick up the rest of the syllabus and our schedule starting tomorrow, Ruel reminded Haley. You're right. I completely forgot about it, Haley exclaimed. They quickly made their way down the corridor, navigating through the crowd of students to go to the assigned building. Not far from them, in the next building, Lucian strode alongside Sawyer, the pair adorned in their respective masks. The subtle elegance of their attire and the intimidating air they exuded made it easy for junior students to recognize them on sight. As they passed by, the students quickly stepped aside. "Oi! Walk slowly. It's hard to get a good look at the new arrivals when you're moving so fast," Sawyer complained, puffing slightly as he struggled to keep pace with Lucian's long strides. "I didn't tell you to follow me," Lucian replied, his voice flat and clipped as they marched down the corridor, the dim lighting casting shadows over his brooding features. "You're free to stay back and enjoy pointless conversations. That's a rather rude thing to say to your friend. Actually, to your cousin," Sawyer shot back, disbelief creeping into his expression as he turned to meet Lucian's unwavering gaze. "You seem crankier than usual since this morning." He added with a sheepish smile. Lucian rolled his eyes. As they approached the door to the staff room, Lucian and Sawyer walked past glass walls that glimmered in the dim light, the upper panes shimmering like crystalline barriers above the sturdy, cemented lower walls. Stepping inside, Lucian's gaze scanned the room. "Lucian!" Dane exclaimed, an eyebrow raised in play. For a fleeting moment, Lucian's hardened facade faltered, revealing a depth of surprise. He hadn't anticipated hearing that name, an echo from the past that threatened to cloud his judgment. The name stirred memories long buried, memories tinged with bitterness. He quickly masked his surprise, hardening his expression once more. "I don't recall who that is," Lucian replied coolly. His voice clipped as he brushed the mention aside. "Is that so? She's standing outside now," Dane said, casting a casual glance towards the window before turning back to talk to Sawyer. Although Lucian didn't immediately react, he felt a shift in the air. He said, "Inform Claus that I was here if he comes by." His voice steady as he turned to leave. The same time outside, the scrolls Ruel was holding slipped out of her hands because of how full her hands felt, and she bent down to pick them up, leaving Haley standing. "Sure thing," Dane replied. Before Lucian could leave, his eyes fleetingly found themselves glancing beyond the glass. His eyes caught sight of the short brunette hair, a stark contrast to his memory, and he stepped out of the room. He walked in the other direction without looking behind. It wasn't her. Once Ruel had secured the syllabus, her next destination was Sexton's Grand Library. She and Haley made their way up the winding staircase at the far end of the corridor to the designated floor. The corridors were dimly lit with flickering lanterns, casting shadows on the stone walls. Upon reaching the entrance, Ruel caught the faint, musty scent of old books wafting through the air, mingling with the slightly damp chill of the library. The quiet ambience was occasionally punctuated by the distant echo of footsteps on the stone floor. Two classmates stood whispering to each other with anxious expressions, their voices hushed and tense as Ruel and Haley approached the towering double doors. Just as they were about to step inside, a figure emerged to block them. His greasy hair was slicked back, and his spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of his nose. "And where do you think you're going?" His voice was smooth but laced with contempt, dripping with a superiority that made Ruel clench her fists reflexively. "To fetch books for the syllabus listed for our year," Ruel replied, holding up the scroll as if showing him evidence that she was a student here. Haley nodded beside her. "Did you bring the fee?" he asked, arching a thin eyebrow. The curve of his lips suggested he already knew the answer. "The fee?" Ruel echoed, her voice filled with confusion. At her naivety, the man chuckled. The sound was as condescending as it was dismissive. "Everyone who wants to access the library needs to pay a fee of 15 shillings, the caretaker explained with a scornful flick of his fingers. "If you don't have it, move aside and don't crowd the entrance." Ruel found the demand absurd. Wasn't an academy established for teaching supposed to provide books to read for free? Her heart sank at the thought of failing her classes because of such a barrier. As an elite vampiress swept through the doors unhindered, her lofty gaze not even acknowledging them, Haley asked, "Is it because we're humans?" "This applies to every student," the caretaker remarked. looking her up and down. The difference is, the elite's families have already paid their share, unlike you groundlings. Maybe we can borrow the books from others, Ruel suggested, a note of desperation creeping into her voice as she tried to grasp at solutions. But the caretaker was quick to extinguish any hope. Groundlings are not permitted to leave the library with books. If you wish to do so, it will cost you 20 gold coins, he declared, his words cold and definitive. This left the two girls in shock. The sum was more than their families could conjure up at once. Images flashed through Ruel's mind, of chains, oppressive shadows, and an endless cycle of submission. Her fingers tightened around the scroll. To witness the ease with which the privileged glided through life was to understand a devastating truth. The burden of suffering disproportionately weighed upon the shoulders of the less fortunate. We don't have the money now, but we could pay after the weekend, Ruel proposed, her voice wavering yet defiant. No, he interjected bluntly, his refusal like a door slamming shut. How are we going to study then? Only rely on the classes. Haley's eyes brimmed with worry. If you want access here, you should start working, came the curt reply from the vampire. And by work, I mean for the elites, as they are the ones with the resources. You can ask anyone and they'll tell you the same. With that, he turned to stop another human student, dismissing their plight as if it were of no consequence. Ruel's thoughts whirled with uncertainty as she considered their limited options. Sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to glance into the library, her heart quickening as she spotted a silhouette slipping behind a tall rack of books. I could ask my roommate if she needs any help. She might have something for us, Haley suggested. That would be helpful, Ruel said, though doubt tinged her words. Could a vampiress have any work for two humans? We can also see what others plan to do. That sounds like a good idea, Haley agreed. During dinner at the groundlings' table, the air was thick with unease. Ruel observed her fellow students, their faces painted with worry. Their gazes flickered toward the elite and half-bloods tables, eyes assessing, as if weighing which vampire appeared least intimidating to approach. To think one's life could get better upon arriving at this place was a folly. The vampires sat at the top pedestal while the humans sat on the lowest ground. The human families had either sent their golden child to achieve greatness, or used this as a convenient place to offload the less favored. It was a cruel system designed to break and mold individuals to serve the needs of vampires. Over the clinking of silverware, Ruel overheard June's complaint. If I knew I'd need money, I would have brought more with me. Now I'm short. Look there. Bryony is approaching the elite's table, whispered a voice in awe. Of course, she's fearless. She's from a higher social standing. Unlike us, a boy remarked. Ruel, along with the others, turned their eyes towards the spectacle unfolding at the elite's table. A sea of masked vampires and vampiresses. Just in time, she caught one of the masks changing, allowing the vampiress to eat while the upper half of the mask remained in place. Her eyes widened at the magic. You want to work for me? An elite vampire with striking gray hair asked, his tone laced with superiority as he regarded the human girl before him. The girl bowed deeply. I would be very fortunate to be able to do that. If you're so eager to be my servant, who am I to refuse? Said the elite, a smirk playing on his lips. A glimmer of hope washed over the humans at the groundlings' table, mirrored by the girl's triumphant smile. But then he added, but I must ensure you're fit for the task. The exchange sent a shiver through Ruel, even though she wasn't the one standing before him. The smirk on the vampire's face filled her with dread. The vampire picked up a bowl of soup and deliberately poured its contents onto the floor, causing the girl to instinctively step back. Heads turned, everyone's attention captured by the unfolding drama. Clean this. Lick it clean. Ruel's lips pressed into a firm line as everyone around her gripped their seats, suspended in a mix of horror. I need to know you're worth my money. Remember, you came to me, he taunted. With no avenue for retreat, the girl knelt, shame blazing on her cheeks as she lowered herself to the ground, the murmurs of her peers rippling through the hall. Why aren't the staff intervening? Ruel asked, a frown creasing her brow. The indifference around her was unsettling. A second-year student shrugged. Why would they intervene? She asked for this herself. Wanted the job and the money. It is better to bow your head now than later, she said dismissively. You should consider finding work too, or risk falling behind. The harsh reality of Sexton weighed heavily on Ruel. It was nothing like her sister Caroline had envisioned. Each new revelation peeled back layers of her ignorance, revealing deeper layers of exploitation and cruelty. In the grand design of power, humans were merely threads, pulled and twisted to form patterns dictated by those above. After a dinner that left her deeply unsettled, Ruel returned to her room, her appetite lost to worry. As she placed the scroll on her desk, her roommate June burst through the door, her presence a whirlwind of frustration. I can't believe this. I'm here to be a partner of a duke, viscount or earl, not a servant. June fumed as she stormed into the room. She stopped, waving a piece of paper furiously. What's this? Ruel turned and replied, I don't know. You were the only one here, so if you wrote it, that isn't funny, June accused, eyes narrowing. A sigh escaped from Ruel's lips, simply because she had other things to think about than write whatever the girl had in her hand. When her eyes fell on her own bed, there lay a folded piece of paper. Frowning, she opened it. If you're looking for a job, there's one available. Meet at the edge of the maze at 10. June's tone turned dismissive. Oh, you got it too? I should hurry and take the job. Where did this come from? Ruel asked herself, staring at the note. Before the clock had a chance to strike 10, a cluster of groundlings convened near the maze, the night air thick with anticipation. They huddled together, voices low and tinged with curiosity, their breath forming tiny clouds in the cool dusk. The soft rustling of leaves merged with their whispers. Haley's voice broke through the murmurs, disappointment lacing her words. I asked Blake if she needed a servant, but she didn't. Her sigh seemed to dissipate into the crisp air. Do you think the note came from an elite? Probably. There are only girls here, Ruel observed, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. She needed the money like everyone else, but part of her longed to retreat back to the safety of her room. As they exchanged worried glances, the serene moonlight was suddenly overshadowed by the arrival of a vampiress draped in a flowing crimson robe, followed closely by 3 others clad in black. The vibrant fabric stood out sharply against the darkened landscape. The lead vampiress, strikingly beautiful with long, sleek brown hair cascading over her shoulders, addressed them in a voice that was both captivating and commanding. Welcome, dear juniors. What work do we need to do? How much will we be paid? Demanded one girl, impatience spilling from her lips. The sincerity of her question hung in the air, demanding answers. Work? The elite vampiress repeated. You aren't here for that? A mocking smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. A murmur of realization rippled through the group, the harsh truth dawning on them. They had been lured into a trap. Now I expect everyone to start removing your clothes, one by one. Let us see what Sexton has chosen this year. What? Came the collective outcry, a symphony of shock and disbelief. No! Protests erupted among the humans as dread washed over Ruel. Her face turned pale. The last thing she wanted was to strip in front of others, especially in the middle of the academy, where every shadow seemed to leer. Shut up! The half-bloods snapped at them. You will follow what Lady Alana says unless you want to be sucked dry. The elite's gaze sliced through the chaos like a blade, instantly imposing silence. Then, as if to soften the blow, she forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. This is nothing you won't be doing in your future. Pleasing the elites will be what you will be learning here anyway. Taking off your clothes will be the easiest of tasks. I'll give you a shilling if you do it right. As she spoke, she pulled out a pouch of coins, allowing the sound of jingling metal to hang in the air. We should have stayed in our room, Ruel muttered under her breath, her heart pounding against her ribs. I don't understand why they're doing this. Haley's voice quivered, mirroring the fear etched on the faces of the other humans around them. It's to eliminate competition. A voice whispered from behind, low and conspiratorial. Any human who poses a threat could take their place in the hierarchy. By doing this, they ensure we remain less valuable and stuck in the lower class. How insecure were these creatures that they felt the need to destroy the confidence of others? Ruel pondered, a knot of despair tightening around her chest. A thought flickered through her mind. Perhaps if she inched backward, she could slip into the shadows and avoid the spotlight. "Hey, you there. Move your hands, or do you want me to help you?" barked a half-blood, directing her frustration at one of the girls at the front. "Where's the enthusiasm? All right, let me be generous. The first one to strip down to your undergarments will earn a silver from me," the elite vampiress announced. This statement stirred a grim sense of encouragement among some of the girls, prompting a few to shuffle uncertainly as they weighed the cost of their dignity against the lure of coins. One of the girls reluctantly stripped down to her undergarments, exposing her skin to the biting cold air. The elite vampiress, with a cruel smile, tossed her a silver coin, fell on the floor, rolling away and out of reach. "I'll consider turning you into a half-blood for your obedience," the elite taunted, her gaze sweeping the crowd as laughter bubbled among her companions. Ruel's hands trembled at her sides, instinctively moving toward the hem of her sweater. Panic surged through her as an overwhelming dread settled in. She had no desire to participate in this humiliation. As the half-bloods and the elites turned their attention to the other girls, reveling in their entertainment, Ruel seized Haley's hand, pressing her other hand over her lips. "We are leaving," Ruel mouthed silently to Haley. Haley's eyes widened in alarm. "They will catch us and punish us worse," Haley responded, her fear a silent echo in Ruel's mind. And no one knew how much harder it would be to survive here, let alone earn any money. Nearby, the elite vampiress enjoyed the humiliation of a girl who trembled with tears streaming down her cheeks, while her underlings circled like vultures. In that moment of distraction, Ruel clasped Haley's hand tightly and pulled her towards and through the entrance of the maze. And though Ruel had momentarily slipped free from the clutches of the vultures, the tattletale parrot could not keep its beak shut. June, who was still deliberately fumbling with her second button, noticed the absence of the two girls. She exclaimed, "She ran away!" The elite spun around, fixing her gaze on June and demanded, "Who ran away?" "Ruel Belmont and another girl. One is my roommate with long blonde hair and the other short black hair," June supplied eagerly, offering information like a dutiful faux underling, desperate to curry favor. "Wasn't she the one who spoke to Sawyer last evening?" one of the half-bloods remarked, reminding everyone of the cunning way in which the human had tripped next to the elite's table. "Now that you mention it, she was the only one who caught the future Duke's attention. And now she dares to escape." Alana, the elite vampiress, was far from pleased. A human trying to outwit her, the nerve. "Find her," she commanded, her voice sharp with irritation. Inside the twisting paths of the maze, Ruel and Haley moved with a silent urgency, their hearts pounding as they navigated the dimly lit labyrinth. The weight of her family's expectations pressed heavily upon Ruel. As the eldest daughter, she felt a profound sense of obligation to carry out her responsibilities despite the growing urge to flee. But she wasn't ready to undress in front of other people. The path before them was shrouded in darkness and a creeping mist. Suddenly, they heard a rustle from the other side of the maze wall. "Is it them?" Haley mouthed, her eyes wide with anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, this maze was merely the beginning of a larger puzzle, leading them toward an almost infinite expanse of forest, a bewildering realm of endless possibilities and looming dangers. "Ruel, come out before you make us angry," shouted one of the half-bloods who had just entered the maze, the female's voice echoing ominously through the twisting passages. Ruel's heart pounded harder, each beat threatening to betray her hiding place. A chill of doubt crept over her as the reality of her impulsive decision began to sink in. Her hands clenched into fists, a futile attempt to quell the tremor of fear. The elite vampiress's taunting voice followed, smooth as silk but edged with menace. "I know where you are hiding. I can hear your hearts racing. Panic surged again as Ruel realized they needed to keep moving. But in their desperate attempt to escape, they found themselves facing a solid wall, a dead end. Ruel Belmont, the vampiress's voice boomed, lingering in the air like a dark cloud. Ruel's stress climbed higher with each shouted syllable. I will count to 10, and you better come out and kneel down before me before I'm done or you'll wish you had obeyed. Ruel had tried to be brave, but it was futile. She slowly made her way to where she could hear the voices of the vampiresses with Haley. 7, 8, 9. The elite vampiress then shouted, Eek! An arrow whistled through the air, aiming dangerously close to her mouth, forcing her to stagger back. What the hell? Ruel was about to step in the path when she saw something fly past her and her feet paused. She took a peek and her eyes widened. Out of the shadows emerged Lucian, his presence commanding, the kind that left whispers trailing in his wake. He wore a different attire from the evening, gloves covered his hands, and a sheen of sweat gleamed on his forehead. His cold and dark brooding eyes glinted with a mixture of disdain and authority that silenced the maze. Lucian, the elite vampiress's displeasure quickly dissolved into a mix of fear and awe, her posture shrinking under Lucian's piercing gaze. Thankfully, you have good aim with arrows, she said, though her smile wavered. What are you saying? I missed, Lucian remarked calmly, standing tall, his presence demanding attention. If you want to scream, do it in the dungeon. The maze is not your playground unless you want to be staked. He glared, each word crisp with irritation as more vampires who had been practicing in nearby alcoves approached to witness the exchange. Yes, of course, the vampiress stammered, her bravado reduced to meek compliance. Forgive me for interrupting all of you, she mumbled before retreating with her entourage trailing behind. As they returned to the maze's entrance, a half-blood turned to the elite vampiress and asked, What about those 2 groundlings? We don't need to bother ourselves with them. The elite sneered, adjusting her expression back to its usual superiority. Lucian will take care of them. If there's one thing people need to know, it's that Lucian despises the very existence of humans. She chuckled. Inside the maze, as the rustling and murmuring footsteps of retreating vampires echoed around them, Ruel and Haley allowed themselves a breath of relief. It felt as though they might finally be able to slip back to their rooms unnoticed. However, as they emerged, they were met by the intense gaze of Lucian, who hadn't left. His piercing eyes landed on Ruel, and she felt her heart skip a beat, the intensity of his gaze pinning her in place. A lump formed in her throat, and she swallowed hard, wishing she could shrink into invisibility. But just as quickly as his eyes settled on her, his attention seemed to shift to look at Haley disapprovingly, who stood beside Ruel, looking equally frozen and wide-eyed. Lucian, you coming? A voice called out from behind, breaking the tense silence. It was Sawyer, who appeared with his usual charismatic air. Upon noticing Ruel, he flashed a bright smile and waved. Not eager to linger for conversation, Ruel offered a small, respectful bow, and, with a gentle tug on Haley's arm, began to make her quiet escape. But just as they turned to leave, a cold, commanding voice halted them in their tracks. You! Lucian's voice carried an authority that had the girls freeze in place. Ruel squeezed her eyes shut, nervous about what he wanted. When they turned, the intensity in his glare hadn't dropped and it was directed at Haley. Change your name, he ordered, the unexpected demand taking both young women by surprise. 15 minutes later, Ruel found herself back in her room, still reeling from the encounter with the senior vampires in the maze. As she prepared for bed, a heavy cloud of worry lingered above her, the tyrannical-like atmosphere of Sexton gnawing at her thoughts. I wonder what you would have thought, Mother? Ruel whispered, her voice barely more than a breath as she clutched her pendant tightly in her hand. The cool metal pressed against her palm, a small comfort in the dark. I am scared, she admitted softly. Pulling back the covers, she slipped beneath them, seeking solace in their warmth. Exhaustion washed over her, and despite the turmoil swirling in her mind, she quickly fell asleep. After 30 minutes, June returned to the room, her demeanor crackling with humiliation and frustration. The sight of Ruel sleeping soundly in her bed only deepened her anger, and she shot a glare at the girl. But then an idea flickered to life in her mind, and a cunning smile spread across her lips. The following morning, as the sun's gentle light filtered through the curtains, Ruel woke with a lingering sense of unease. Memories of last night clung to her like morning mist, reminding her to tread carefully and keep a wary eye out for the vampiresses she had cleverly yet recklessly deceived. She knew it was best to dress quickly and make her way to class before trouble had a chance to find her. A soft yawn broke the silence from across the room, drawing Ruel's attention. June stirred slowly, stretching as if she were used to mornings that promised more rest and less haste. "Morning," June greeted, her tone surprisingly soft. "Morning," Ruel replied, wondering how June was coping with the humiliation she had endured the day before. June hesitated, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. "I want to apologize for the last time with the sweaters. I didn't realize how hard things could be for us humans until last night," she confessed, fidgeting slightly. "We really need to support one another." Ruel considered her words carefully before offering a reassuring smile. "We should. Let bygones be bygones, right?" June nodded, relief softening her features. "You are kind. I was thinking if your family sells sweaters, maybe I could help. We could find ways to make things better for both of us." The suggestion sparked an idea in Ruel, lighting up her face with a bright smile. "The sweaters, that's it. I could actually earn some money by selling them." June noticed the shift in Ruel's voice, her relief evident, which seemed to affect her own guarded demeanor for a moment. "Also from now on, I'll be quick when it's my turn for the bath. This way you will have enough time, so you won't have to rush so much." "That would be great," Ruel replied. As June gathered her clothes and prepared to head to the bath, she paused, turning back to Ruel. "You know what? You should go first today. I've left my bed a mess anyway." "Really?" Ruel asked, her tone laced with uncertainty, unsure if this was truly a gesture of goodwill, or if there was something else behind it. June shrugged casually. "It's only fair, considering I went first yesterday. Plus, it'll give me some time to sort my things out," she added with a light wave of her hand. Ruel stepped into the bathroom, closing the door with a soft click that resonated in the quiet space. She unbuttoned her nightgown, allowing the fabric to drift gracefully to the floor. Preparing herself for the familiar, sharp chill of the morning bath, she lowered herself into the tub. However, as she turned the faucet, she was met with a cascade of murky water, its surface swirling with dark tendrils of grime. Her eyes widened in shock as she quickly stepped out, reaching for a towel and wrapping it tightly around herself. With the dirty water still pouring into the tub, she hurriedly exited the bathroom, driven by a mix of confusion and anger. "Oh good, you are done with your bath," June began, her voice dripping with faux pleasantness, but her eyes widened theatrically as Ruel re-entered the room, clearly disheveled. "What happened to you?" Ruel stared at the June. "Is this your doing? Is that why you let me take a bath first?" "What? Me? I wasn't even in the bathroom, Ruel. How would I know what happened?" June feigned innocence and a look of hurt crossed her features. "It must have been the senior vampiress. They were very mad at you yesterday. Remember? They must have sneaked in while we were asleep." For a moment, doubt flickered in Ruel's mind. It was possible, given what occurred last night. However, she caught a fleeting smirk tugging at the corners of June's lips, a silent confession of her trickery. "It wasn't them. It was you. I knew your kindness was too good to be true. I haven't wronged you, so why are you trying to sabotage my life here?" June sighed dramatically, her performance skillful and seemingly heartfelt. "I don't know what you're talking about. It's very rude of you to blame me, Ruel. I thought we could leave the past behind, but clearly you don't want to," she shot back, her tone dripping with faux sincerity. Before Ruel could respond, June added, "I'm going to get ready now." "Excuse me." A wave of frustration surged through Ruel, her hands clenching at her sides at June's unapologetic deceit. The sheer pettiness and malice left her stunned. She pursed her lips as she watched her roommate disappear into the bathroom, closing the door with a composed air. Left standing there, still damp and covered with remnants of grime, Ruel realized she had no choice but to find a way to wash it off her, as it didn't look like the girl was going to step out of the bathroom anytime soon. With a sigh of exasperation, she slipped into her clothes from yesterday, picked up her fresh ones, and darted out of the room. In her hurry, as she pulled the door closed behind her, the hem of her dress snagged on the latch, inadvertently clicking it into a locked position. Oblivious to the incident in her haste and frustration, she hurried down the corridor. On her way, she could hear the snickers of passing students, their laughter echoing in the hallway, only adding to her mortification. She finally reached Haley's room and knocked on the door with a sense of urgency. The door creaked open, and Haley's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of her. "Ruel, can I use your bath, please?" Ruel asked, her voice mingling hope with a hint of pleading. She cast a glance past Haley into the room for reassurance. "Of course. Come in," Haley replied warmly, stepping aside to invite her in. "Blake had some classwork and left early, so it's just me. My things are on the right if you need them." "But how did you?" "It was June," Ruel interjected with a sigh, frustration mingling with resignation. "I think she tampered with the faucet or the pipes. She won't admit it, of course." She couldn't help but think that rooming with a vampire would have been less stressful compared to dealing with June Clifford. "I'm sorry you have to endure her," Haley sympathized, offering a comforting smile. "Let me go get something for you to eat while you shower. It will save time. Go on." Ruel felt a sense of gratitude at Haley's offer. "Thank you." Stepping into the bathroom, Ruel hurriedly peeled off her clothes, the fabric clinging to her skin where the grimy water had left its mark. She tossed her sullied clothes into a bucket of water, deciding to let them soak while she focused on washing the morning's chaos away. Cupping her hands, she poured clean water over her head, feeling the water stream down, carrying away the residue of dirt and frustration. For a fleeting moment, she imagined leaving this place behind. She could return to the simplicity of previous life rather than compete in this toxic race where everyone seemed intent on pulling each other down. As she lathered the soap through her hair, Ruel's thoughts danced around the idea of escape. After thoroughly rinsing, she wrapped her hair in the towel, squeezing out the excess water before securing the same towel around her body. As she stepped back into the room, her bare feet whispered against the wooden floor, only to come to an abrupt halt. Her breath hitched in her throat as her eyes landed on the figure standing at the far side of the room, a tall, dark silhouette against the glow of the morning sun rays. Her heart began to race, the rapid thudding loud in her ears as she recognized the vampire. Lucian stood by the desk, his back turned to her, one hand casually flipping through a stack of books. His movements were precise and indifferent, as if she wasn't present. Ruel fidgeted nervously, shifting her weight before quickly grabbing her dress to cover her shoulders, desperately trying to cover herself. "This is the girls' room. You shouldn't be here." Ruel's voice trembled, but Lucian didn't so much as flinch, his long fingers continuing to flip through the pages of a book as though she hadn't spoken at all. "Did you hear me? This is the..." "There's no need to shout." His voice was deep and cold. He didn't bother turning to look at her, his disinterest evident. "I heard you the first time." Ruel's breath caught, her skin prickling at the dark velvet of his tone. She wanted to demand he leave, to assert some control, but the words faltered in her throat. She had to get dressed. She needed to, if she was going to make it to class, but how could she with him here? Can you please leave?" she stammered, her voice shaky yet louder this time. I can't get ready with you standing here." Lucian let out a low, soft chuckle, the sound as cold as it was dismissive. "I have no interest in what a human like you does." His voice was like silk, deceptively gentle but dripping with the same icy detachment as his gaze. The way he uttered human sent a sharp sting through her, like a subtle insult. He moved away from the desk and strode towards the cupboard as though he owned the place. Ruel bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Who's bothering who?" Gathering her courage, she asked, Do you always barge into places without warning? She asked, though her voice wavered, betraying the confidence she tried to project. A sharp exhale escaped Lucian. He turned slowly, each movement deliberate and exacting. When his eyes finally locked onto hers, they were as sharp and cold as ice, piercing, detached, and utterly devoid of even the slightest hint of warmth. Do you make a habit of leaving doors unlocked? His voice was soft, laced with a patronizing undertone that sent a shiver down Ruel's spine. And last I checked, this room doesn't belong to you. Ruel blinked, momentarily stunned by his utter lack of regard. This is my friend's room. The one you... Her voice trailed off, her eyebrows furrowed as she watched him casually resume his search through the cupboard. The one you told to change her name, acting mighty as if they have a hold on people's names. She muttered under her breath, half to herself but loud enough that Lucian's keen ears picked up every word. Lucian's hand stilled before he turned to face her completely. The light from outside cast a faint glow around him, highlighting his dark, tousled hair and accentuating the sharp lines of his face. "What did you say?" he asked, his voice barely audible yet laced with an unspoken threat. Ruel's pulse quickened. She bit her lip, her throat dry as she forced herself to speak. "You have no right to demand that she change her name. It's not up to you." His eyes darkened, a flicker of something dangerous flashing across his face. He stepped toward her, each movement deliberate and unhurried, pulling the room's warmth with him, leaving an unmistakable chill in his wake. "I will do whatever I please," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "And you, human, would do well to remember your place." Ruel's breath hitched, her hands trembling. "You don't have to say it like that," she whispered, her voice smaller now, retreating, as if human was some kind of dirty word. The air around her almost felt suffocating. His presence was overwhelming her senses. "Don't I?" he said, his voice low. "Do you think you're special because Sawyer paid a little attention to you? Do you think you're different from the rest of the pathetic, desperate humans who crawl their way here, groveling for a place where they don't belong or a position they don't deserve?" Ruel flinched, her heart hammering in her chest. "I am not trying to grovel for anything," she managed to say, though her voice faltered. "I'll be leaving Sexton as soon as I can." It was something she decided while in the bath. She avoided his gaze, her body still embarrassedly aware of her half-dressed state, feeling more exposed than ever. This wasn't a place for her and she was ready to pack her trunk. "Leave?" he echoed, his voice soft, almost indulgent. "You won't." There was a dark certainty in his words that sent a chill through her. She wanted to argue, to stand her ground, but the intensity of his gaze left her utterly speechless. She could feel her resolve crumbling under the force of his words, her confidence slipping away like sand through her fingers. But what slipped first was the dress clutched so desperately in an attempt to hide her shoulders, fell softly to the ground with a whisper of fabric. Ruel froze, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Every instinct screamed at her to move, to do something, but instead, she averted her eyes while standing in just a towel. Before she could collapse under the weight of his gaze, seconds that felt like an eternity passed in silence. Then, without warning, Lucian turned. The abruptness of his movement left a void in the air. Without so much as a backward glance in her direction, he strode towards the door, his footsteps eerily silent. The door clicked shut behind him. Alone at last, Ruel sagged, her knees weak and trembling, threatening to give way beneath her. She held onto the towel tightly as she tried to steady herself. Having already lost too much time, Ruel hurried to get dressed. Once ready, she slipped out of the door, and as she reached the end of the corridor, she spotted Haley. "I had to sneak in the food because they wouldn't let me take it," Haley said with a roll of her eyes. "So weird." "Thank you for your thoughtfulness," Ruel said, taking the food from her with a grateful smile. As they walked together towards class, Ruel hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you, by chance, know where the head office is?" "I don't," Haley replied with a curious look. "But we can ask around." "Why? Do you want to complain about Clifford?" No, it wasn't about that, thought Ruel. But before she could reply, June appeared to block her path. She was the last person she wanted to talk to or see right now. Funny, I was about to head to the office myself. Maybe I'll just beat you to it and report how you hindered me from getting to my class by locking the door. June sneered, her eyes narrowing with malice. Ruel's brow furrowed. What door? She asked, her voice reflecting her genuine puzzlement. Don't act innocent. June folded her arms, her stance casual but confrontational. That little stunt of locking me in my room? Pathetic, really. I wouldn't have expected it from you. But I guess it's always the quiet ones. Ruel didn't know what June was going on about. But if it did happen, she didn't feel bad about it considering the dirty water trick the girl had pulled earlier. Steeling herself, she offered a polite smile. Perhaps it was the senior vampiress who mistook me for you. I will make sure you are reported. June hissed before storming off down the corridor. I guess we can just follow her to find the office? Haley suggested lightly. That was a good idea, and before long, Ruel found herself standing a couple of steps behind June, who stood before Mr. Mortis. The room around them exuded an air of elegance, with the walls and ceiling wrapped in rich teak wood. 5 lanterns hung from the ceiling, their soft light casting a gentle, flickering light that danced across the polished surfaces. My roommate, Ruel Belmont, locked me in my room this morning, June exclaimed, while the vampire meticulously scanned a parchment in his hand. I was going to be late for an important class today. Mr. Mortis lifted his gaze slowly, his expression exuding a weary patience as he glanced at the grandfather clock ticking away in the corner. This morning? He asked, his tone even, as though he had heard far more unnecessary complaints this morning in his long career at Sexton. Well, yes, this morning's class. June stammered, her anger faltering under Mr. Mortis' scrutinizing gaze. So, despite being free before the class starts, rather than rushing to make it on time, which starts in 2 minutes, you're here? Mr. Mortis questioned, eyebrows arching in mild disbelief. June hesitated, realizing her complaint wasn't as compelling as she'd hoped. But to the class. Now, Mr. Mortis ordered, his tone brooking no argument. June pressed her lips into a thin line and with a glare aimed at Ruel, retreated from the room. And you too, he remarked, turning his keen gaze to Ruel and Haley. Do you require special instructions? Haley shook her head in fear, quickly turning to leave, only to see Ruel step forward. The latter's heart pounded as she stood before Mr. Mortis's desk. The weight of the vampire's gaze bored into her, but Ruel pushed through, her voice just above a whisper. I want to quit Sexton, she informed him. Mr. Mortis fixed her with a gaze before he spoke in a tone of finality. From the moment groundlings and halflings cross Sexton's doors, they become its possession. This is not a place you can enter or exit at will. Now, I suggest you return to class, unless you intend to fall behind by choice. Ruel clutched the quill in her hand while she sat in class. Despite the passing hour, her mind was shackled to Mr. Mortis's words. She couldn't leave Sexton? The establishment owned them? Was her family aware of this? After the antiquity class, which was the study of vampire and human history, the elite stayed behind while the groundlings moved on to their next lesson. What does S.T stand for? Ruel asked as she tightened the ribbon in her hair. Maybe Sexton and something staring with T? Or maybe survival tactics, Haley joked. When they stepped into the room with the other students, Ruel noticed that instead of the usual desks and blackboards, the room had benches lining the walls and a single bed. Her eyes were drawn to a striking vampiress standing at the center of the room. She wore a red dress with a white cravat adorning her neck, fastened with a green pin that glinted in the candlelight. Despite the long velvet curtains, there were no windows. Similarly, though hooks adorned the ceiling, no chandeliers hung from them. Settle in, everyone, the instructor ordered as the rest of the students filed into the room. One boy, crossing to the front, stumbled, only to be caught by the instructor's swift and steady grip. Pardon me, the boy apologized, who appeared to be 15 years old. As the room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the instructor. She leaned in close to the boy's face, creating evident tension in the air. Was she going to kiss a student? The question rippled silently through the room. The boy's lips parted ever so slightly, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty clear on his face. It seems we'll be refining some manners in this class, won't we? The instructor murmured, her voice smooth and assured. The boy, clearly from a higher social standing despite his human status, flushed and hurriedly moved to the side, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. A soft chuckle escaped the instructor's lips, a playful melody that broke the tension. I am Gemma Gilbert, your instructor for seduction techniques this year. You may call me Gemma, she announced, her tone professional yet inviting. Did she hear that correctly? Ruel asked herself with a frown. Say seduction? Stammered one of the groundlings, their voice thick with shock. The word was nothing less than a taboo, rarely uttered in public. This is not supposed to be a subject. Any such activities before marriage are immoral, one girl exclaimed, her face flushed with exasperation. Ruel stood rooted to the spot with a dumbfounded expression. Her gaze drifted to the bed at the back of the room, and her cheeks burnt with embarrassment, mirroring the rest of her classmates' faces. Firstly, you groundlings won't be expected to do the deed. As first years, you'll only be learning to understand the concept, Gemma continued, her tone both authoritative and alluring. You must be prepared. Our world revolves around 3 pillars. She raised a hand and began counting them off with deliberate precision. Power, wealth, and lastly, sex. Seduction is a delicate dance of restraint and release. When does it truly begin? With a touch or long before that? What use will this be for someone training to be a guard? A young man asked skeptically. Gemma's lips curved into a knowing smile. Imagine your master or mistress entertains a guest, perhaps even an enemy, she replied, her tone persuasive and smooth. The skills you will learn here could prove vital for their protection. Should your master or mistress require your attention, you must be prepared. Moreover, if you aspire to become the spouse of a prince, an earl, or any high-ranking vampire, wouldn't you want their attention focused solely on you? Her sly smile widened, capturing the interest of the students, especially the girls. Remember, she added sternly, what we practice here remains within these walls. Any misuse or inappropriate actions outside this classroom will have severe consequences for you, groundlings. Her gaze hardened, emphasizing the gravity of her warning. That's reassuring, isn't it? Someone in front of Ruel asked in relief. She only mentioned groundlings and didn't say anything about the elites, another classmate murmured. To ease you into this class, let's begin with an activity. Close your eyes, Gemma ordered, clapping her hands with enthusiasm. Ruel apprehensively complied, closing her eyes until Gemma said, Now, girls, think of the man who first comes to your mind. Boys, picture a girl. Write down their characteristics. Like my father? A confused voice interrupted. Before Gemma could respond, another student interjected, My sister. Gemma's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing her face, and she muttered, No, you have misjudged the intention of this class and we clearly need to establish some boundaries. Very well, let's adjust our approach, she said, recovering her composure and continuing smoothly. Ruel's mind raced. She was going to fail this subject, she was certain of it. It was because of the person who had materialized in her mind. Her thoughts swirled in anxious spirals. She had never interacted much with young men her age, let alone thought of them in any romantic way. This was uncharted territory. When the opportunity of attending Sexton arose, she had known it was a sketchy place. Yet it offered something no other place did. A chance to make money, to earn enough to free herself from the burdens of her family's crushing debt. But never, in all her planning, had she expected to face something like this. The concept of seduction, of using her body to please someone she didn't even know, felt overwhelming, a step too far. Do you mind? A soft murmur pulled Ruel abruptly from her swirling thoughts. Standing before her was a young man. He stood a couple of inches taller than her, his demeanor surprisingly calm. What? She responded, taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. "Has everyone found a partner for the class?" Gemma's authoritative voice resonated through the room, commanding attention and momentarily quieting the ambient hum of conversation. "You'll need to pair with someone of the opposite sex," she continued, her instructions as firm as they were clear. Ruel glanced around, her gaze settling on Haley, who was already beside another male student, laughing softly under the dim glow of the classroom candles. "Unfortunately, my assistant is on leave, so the real classes start in 2 weeks," Gemma announced as she scanned the room. "Until then, we'll be working on assignments. Your first one is to observe your partner, document their characteristics, and submit your findings to me. You weren't moving, so I thought I should ask you. I'm Kevin Reynolds." The young man with black eyes introduced himself with a friendly nod. She began. "Ruel Belmont." "I know," Kevin blurted before offering a sheepish smile. I heard it when they were sorting us into our dorm rooms. If I may ask, how old are you?" 18, Ruel replied, and asking the same, "You?" 18 myself, though not for much longer. 2 months, actually," Kevin confessed, his voice carrying a hint of pride. "I barely made the cut. My goal is to become a high-ranking minister in the royal court." He leaned in conspiratorially, shadows dancing across his face. "But between you and me, seeing how things are here, I worry I'll end up just another guard." He paused. "What about you?" Ruel shrugged, offering an uneasy smile. "I suppose it depends on whether I pass my classes. That'll determine where I end up." "You will pass just fine. I watched you jotting down notes," Kevin remarked with genuine admiration. "I'm still getting there myself, struggling a bit with spelling. If you'd like, I'd be happy to help," Ruel offered warmly, noticing how Kevin's eyes lit up with her suggestion. She was already helping Haley, so assisting another human seemed only natural. "Really? You'd do that?" Ruel nodded, seeing Kevin's initial anxiousness ease as they continued talking. "That would mean the world to me. I could even pay you with some of the money I will earn here." Ruel shook her head gently, a soft smile playing on her lips. "No need for that. Have you gathered enough for library access yet?" Kevin inquired, his curiosity genuine. "Not yet, but I hope to in time," Ruel replied with an optimistic smile, a glint of determination in her eyes. Seeing her, Kevin couldn't help but be captivated by her resolve. When lunch break arrived, Ruel and Haley were approaching the dining room, when June bumped her shoulder against Ruel before walking past her. Ruel's lips pursed at her childish roommate, watching her smugly flip her hair. "You should probably try switching rooms," Haley suggested. "She's like a little gargoyle." A smile broke across Ruel's lips and she replied, "Don't let her hear that, else she will be after you too." She then asked, "You think there are still people without roommates?" "If I have heard it right, plenty of the vampires are," Haley replied. Ruel whispered, "I am not so sure about that." The last thing she needed was to jump from the pan into the fire. As they entered the room and made their way to their usual table, Ruel's eyes scanned the room warily. She noticed masks disappearing from the elites' faces, with one such mask dissolving into a faint vapor, revealing Lucian's face beneath it. Ruel's heartbeat quickened at the memory of what happened after her bath, and she quickly used Haley as her shield. "What? Is it the vampiress?" Haley asked, ducking her head. "No?" she asked upon seeing Ruel shake her head. "It's just that an elite vampire was in your room earlier today. The one we met last night in the maze," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She glanced cautiously toward the other side of the room, where Lucian sat, his posture rigid as he spoke with his friends. Haley's eyes lit up in recognition. "Oh, Lucian Slater. He is Blake's best friend. He was probably there to see her. I mentioned the whole name change thing, and she just laughed and said he was probably joking. It didn't seem like he was joking, though," Ruel thought as she took her seat at the table. Across the vast dining room, Lucian's gaze was sharp and unwavering. His expression was unreadable, his eyes holding an air of disinterest as he sipped the blood from his glass. Beside him, Sawyer leaned back in his chair, arms draped lazily across the backrest, while Blake sat in front of them with her legs crossed. "Do you think this year's games will offer any true excitement?" Blake mused, tilting her head slightly, the question hanging lightly between them like an unsolved riddle. Sawyer considered her words, a sly twist to his lips before responding. "If you ask me, the competition seems lackluster at best. It's all about which team draws the shortest straw with the least capable player. Isn't it?" "True, but we can't overlook potential surprises," Blake countered, her tone effortlessly smooth. "Remember that groundling from 4 years back? The one who turned the tide and rose to become the princess's guard?" Sawyer nodded, grinning. "Ah, indeed. The teams won't take shape for a few more weeks. Until then, it's all trial runs as names get tossed about. That's part of the charm, the surprise element. Jinxie mentioned we'll be working with the first-year groundlings. Should be quite the spectacle, right, Lucian?" "Spectacle? It's nothing more than an exercise in futility," Lucian replied, his words tinged with subtle haughtiness. Sexton thrived on mixing not just classes but students of varied experience. Perhaps it's amusing watching Sexton peddle the illusion of sociability, a glimmer of hope that never reaches the surface. Lucian, along with others among the elites, understood Sexton's true nature and the motives underlying its activities. The humans came seeking equality, yet by the end of the year, they found only harsh truths beneath the Academy's shimmering veneer. As for the groundlings, their efforts were little more than threads of insignificance in the larger weave, one that held little of his concern. "Also, why did you scare Haley? The poor girl was trembling last night," the vampiress queried, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Who?" Lucian's response was colored with aloof indifference. Sawyer, his cousin, tilted his head in playful contemplation, a mischievous gleam in his eye. "Lucian unsettling someone?" he mused. "Hardly newsworthy. He has a knack for it, after all. Be it men or women, groundlings or elites, He paused upon Lucian's glare, only to give him a smile. "I still love you, cousin." Blake's eyes danced with a soft amusement as she rolled them subtly. "I'm speaking of my roommate, the groundling." Her words were layered with gentle emphasis. A fleeting frown ghosted across Lucian's face, vanishing almost as quickly as it appeared. "Oh, that one." Sawyer's face lit with recognition, his gaze wandering briefly toward the groundling's table. "I recall them from last night. Her friend, though, she's a cutie." As Sawyer caught the curious gazes of other human girls aimed in his direction, he offered them a small, roguish wave before settling back into his seat. The playful light in his eyes was replaced by a shadow of confusion. He asked, "But why'd you do it, really?" "Because sometimes a name change is necessary," Lucian remarked, his voice smooth yet tinged with a hint of sarcasm. When the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the first-year students found themselves gathered beside the imposing labyrinthine structure of the maze. Its towering hedges swayed gently with the breeze. "Good afternoon, class," came a cheerfully high-pitched voice from behind the vine-laden walls. A vampire emerged, dressed in combat attire, his high boots crunching on the gravel path. "I'm Jinxie Peru, and with me, you'll learn the art of combat in Sexton's revered tradition, the hunt and stake. Follow me." "Hunt and stake? Like humans hunting the vampires to stake them?" Ruel asked herself. The vampires were allowing them to do that? She found it rather surprising. Ruel immediately noted Jinxie's striking eyes, each a different hue, one a chilling blue, the other an intense red, giving him the eerie allure of a turned vampire. The paths seemed to stretch on forever. The air in the maze was cooler, soaked with the earthy scent of leaves and dew, making Ruel feel like she was breathing in the very essence of the place. After what felt like an endless journey through the green corridors, they emerged on the far side, leaving the twisting trails behind. Ruel's gaze was instantly drawn to the cluster of red robes and masks, elites. "I have invited the elite seniors to join us today," Mr. Jinxie announced, his voice carrying over the clearing. "They will be your guides and instructors for this class. If it's an invitation, can I leave?" An elite teased, her voice dripping with audacity, drawing amused snickers from her peers. "I'll be grading this session on your presence, so it would be wise to reconsider, young lady," Mr. Jinxie countered sharply, fixing her with a steely gaze before addressing the entire group. "Today you'll learn the art of handling and evading stakes. Each senior will instruct 2 first years. Off you go. Watch your neck, humans," a vampire whispered menacingly as he cracked his knuckles, narrowing his gaze at some of the groundlings. But amidst the tension, Haley exhaled in relief. "Look, there's Senior Blake," she exclaimed, gesturing to a familiar figure across the courtyard. "Let's go to her quickly." While Ruel spotted the vampiress Haley pointed out, her attention was irresistibly drawn to the figure standing next to her, Lucian. The intensity of his presence was magnetic, pulling her focus as if the world suddenly shifted to revolve around him. Ruel observed her fellow first-years casting furtive glances toward Lucian, their whispers swirling like leaves on a hesitant breeze. The aura of intimidation that clung to him acted as an invisible barrier, preventing anyone from daring to close the space between them. To her, he was terrifying after their last 3 encounters. Ruel and Haley aimed their steps toward Blake, but as they neared, their path was intercepted by another senior vampire, Sawyer. "Hello again," Sawyer greeted, his voice light and engaging. Yet it was Ruel upon whom his eyes settled, a playful curiosity lingering in his expression. His gaze was as deliberate as it was friendly. "Hello," Ruel replied, her voice carefully measured. She could feel the weight of the vampiress's scrutiny settling over her. "Why don't we head over there and practice?" Sawyer proposed smoothly, guiding them before either Ruel or Haley could approach their intended instructor. Sawyer's charisma seemed to wrap around them like a spell, gently steering them along as Blake became engrossed with another group of students. "Let's start by gathering the stakes," he suggested, effortlessly assuming leadership with confident ease. "How are you finding your time at Sexton so far?" Haley, catching a note of playfulness in his question, replied with a wry smile, "Very lively." Her tone hinted at the underlying chaos of their experiences, though the subtle sarcasm sailed past Sawyer unnoticed. He flashed a bright smile, his enthusiasm undimmed. "You'll see, this is just the beginning. Sexton's a place where you'll make many memories." Ruel offered a faint smile in response. She doubted a groundling's and an elite's experience to be the same. Though it was only her second day at Sexton, Ruel couldn't shake the unsettling observation that there were no humans in the final year, and it troubled her. On the other side, the instructor caught Lucian reclined on one of the nearby benches, his legs casually crossed. "What are you doing here, Lucian?" Mr. Jinxie asked, as the seniors and juniors were supposed to be in the practice area. "Sitting," Lucian responded with a composed air. "Unless you're counting ghosts as part of your class." Mr. Jinxie glanced over his shoulder to confirm all students were paired up, a slight frown creasing his features as he realized the oversight. "Ah, well." Moments later, a guard approached quietly and murmured something in Mr. Jinxie's ear. The instructor nodded, then called out, "Sawyer, you've been summoned to the head office. Mr. Oak wants to see you." Ruel heard Sawyer mutter a curse under his breath before he turned to them. "I'll be back soon," he said, then disappeared from sight. The void he left was swiftly filled by the imposing presence of Lucian, and Ruel felt a flutter of unease settle in her stomach as he approached. Why was he coming this way? "You too." Lucian's voice was smooth yet commanding, prompting both girls to straighten instinctively. His dark red eyes swept over them, settling on the stakes they each held. "Drop them." But instead of releasing the stake, Ruel's grip tightened around it, as if seeking courage in its weight. "Aren't we supposed to learn how to stake?" she questioned hesitantly. Lucian studied her with a blank expression that seemed to last a lifetime. "Hunt and stake," Mr. Jinxie announced loudly, pulling everyone's attention. "In the coming weeks, you'll participate in this traditional game, tasked with staking the other team. The team that takes down the most students with stakes and other weapons like arrows or blades will be declared the winner. Don't worry, the game is safe and no one will die." "Safe?" The first years exchanged wide-eyed glances filled with disbelief. It's wise to start running before you learn how to dodge stakes, Lucian continued, his tone calm, belying the alarming nature of his words. Make a round around the forest in 15 minutes, he instructed, adding with finality, your time starts now. Ruel and Haley quickly dropped their stakes and began to run. They sprinted through the forest, their legs moving as fast as they could manage, nimbly dodging the tree roots protruding from the earth like hidden snares. Despite their relentless pace, the minutes seemed to stretch into eternity. How big is this forest? Haley gasped, her breaths coming in ragged intervals. Equally breathless, Ruel could only shake her head, hair sticking to her damp forehead. It feels like we've been running forever. By the time they staggered back to where the other students had gathered, their vision was a blur, the world around them swimming as they blinked away perspiration. If you were in the real game, you'd already be dead, Lucian remarked flatly, his voice devoid of any encouragement. His eyes, piercing and cold as a winter night, settled on them with a mix of disdain and disinterest. Go stand over there. The stakes, Haley ventured, doubt lacing her words as she glanced around. I'll give them to you, Lucian replied in a deadpan tone. It was clear how little he wanted to be involved in this, his expression one of evident reluctance. He seemed like a predator forced into the role of shepherd, his patience threadbare. Ruel and Haley exchanged nervous glances before moving to stand where Lucian had marked 2 X's on the ground. As her eyes glanced around, she noticed her classmate named Kevin looking her way with concern. Out of nowhere, Lucian snapped into motion, his arm a blur as he hurled a stake in Haley's direction. She shrieked, instinctively ducking as the stake thudded into the ground behind her, quivering from the force of the throw. Learn to dodge or catch them, Lucian commanded, his voice as cutting as his calculating gaze, watching them as if appraising a pair of hapless prey caught in a hunter's trap. His demeanor made it clear. He viewed humans with as much regard as one might a mundane nuisance, tolerable only out of necessity. It wasn't that other students had it easy, but they surely had it easier compared to how Ruel and her friend were faring. She found herself dodging the movements of the stakes like a dance. Before long, Haley stumbled to the ground, her voice trembling as she pleaded, please, I need water. When Lucian didn't so much as flinch in response, she quickly rolled to the side and darted away, her feet carrying her as fast as her desperation could propel her. But Ruel was determined not to retreat. The earlier events of the morning were still fresh in her mind, spurring a newfound resolve. She steeled herself to face Lucian, even as her insides quivered with fear and anxiety. The stakes flew at her feet, her hands, and her head, a shower of impending danger that demanded her focus and agility, each near miss a taunting whisper of mortality. Ruel, do you need some water too? Haley called out with concern. Lucian, who had been thrown another stake with a detached intensity, caught the name with a curious flicker in his eyes. He turned to look at the human who had called out before his eyes slowly shifted to look at the woman in front of him. The stake, already launched in the air, continued its path toward Ruel. As she had turned her head in response to Haley's call, in that motion, the stake skimmed past her, slicing through the ribbon that held her hair. I met someone. Ruel Marie Belmont. Ruel. Also, why did you scare Haley? The poor girl was trembling last night. Lucian stood still, catching the blonde hair cascade down her shoulders, each strand catching and reflecting the light as it framed her face. With her hair let down freely, she looked flustered as she attempted to retrieve her wayward ribbon. Each time she reached for the blue ribbon, the wind playfully sent it fluttering, until she abruptly halted directly in front of him, finally grabbing the ribbon. This human he had been running into was Ruel Belmont, and this time he was certain it was her, Lucian thought. And as if repelled by her proximity, Ruel watched as Lucian stepped back without a word, maintaining the gap dictated by their class and station. The movement carried an air of distaste, as if her nearness was an intrusion he could barely tolerate. Ruel's breath hitched under the intensity of his stare. There was something unsettling in those dark red eyes, something that pinned her in place. Realizing too late how close she had stood, she opened her mouth to explain when he demanded, "What are you doing here?" "The stake you?" she stammered, the words tangling in her mind. "I mean, my ribbon, it—" Her words faltered as his eyes only seemed to narrow at her. Ruel's nerves trembled like leaves caught in a strong wind beneath the scrutiny of Lucian's intense gaze, each pass of his dark red eyes seeming to weigh her very soul. Her heart pounded within her chest as the gravity of his demanding demeanor left her thoroughly disarmed. At the same moment, a sudden breeze swept through the woods, stirring her blonde locks, which brushed against her cheeks and fell softly across her face as she stood in front of the elite vampire. "What are you doing here in Sexton?" Lucian questioned, his tone sharpening by an edge she couldn't quite place. "Attending class like everyone else," Ruel replied, her voice small and uncertain. In that moment, she felt exposed, her carefully guarded inadequacies laid bare under his scorn. His annoyance was an unspoken accusation, echoing the clumsy moments that had earlier earned his contempt, leaving her to question every flaw she had tried to conceal. "To make a living?" Lucian's brow furrowed ever so slightly, his eyes flickering with a flicker of something Ruel couldn't quite decipher. For a moment, he seemed caught off guard by her response, before his usual aloofness reasserted itself. "Of course. What else would have brought you here?" he murmured, his voice laced with mockery. Ruel blinked, confused as her palms began to sweat. Wasn't that the reason everyone came to Sexton? To make a living? Yet, beneath his seemingly simple statement, his words hinted at an implication she couldn't grasp. "What are you two doing there?" Mr. Jinxie's voice cut through the tension, his eyes narrowing at Haley, who rested casually against the rough bark of a towering tree, and Ruel, who appeared engrossed in a conversation with Lucian. "Both of you follow me. We are going to the shed to fetch the weapons used for hunt and stake." Ruel didn't think twice before bolting out of there with Haley, hot on Mr. Jinxie's trail. As they fled, she couldn't shake the sensation of eyes boring into her back, but she dared not glance back. Over the next 3 days, life at Sexton resumed at its relentless pace. The peculiar classes came and went, during which Ruel dutifully scribbled down every word the instructors uttered until her wrist ached from the constant note-taking. During this time, a routine began to form with Haley and Kevin, where they shared meals and discussed their unusual subjects. Now, in the quiet dining room, which was nearly empty save for a few lingering souls, the scent of dinner hung in the air. Ruel found herself seated at a corner table, overlooking Haley's writing, while Kevin sat across from her. It was then when she suddenly sensed someone's eyes on her. Her heart fluttered with unease as she glanced up, bracing for that familiar, intense gaze. But Lucian was nowhere to be seen, nor did she find anyone looking at her. She couldn't shake the way he looked at her, almost as if it haunted her. And although she was worried about running into him, she hadn't caught sight of him for the last 3 days. "I think I've finally gotten it," Kevin exclaimed with a small grin, looking up from his parchment to meet Ruel's eyes. "See? I told you you'd catch on quickly," Ruel replied, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Ruel is a great teacher. I already feel like a distinguished lady," Haley chimed in, stretching comfortably in her seat. "I wonder if we could ask Mr. S for some books out of pity," she sighed wistfully. "Yet we would still be far from accessing the library. I haven't earned anything yet. Every available job seems so daunting." "Have you found work yet, Kevin?" "Actually, I have to go now to clean the elites' rooms and polish their shoes," Kevin explained, rising from his seat and gathering his belongings. "What about you, Ruel?" he asked. "I'm waiting for tomorrow when I return home for the weekend. I'll borrow some wool and knit sweaters or scarves to sell to the elites," Ruel replied with quiet determination. Kevin nodded in understanding. "I'll see you two tomorrow morning then." "Thanks for the help, Ruel," he said with a grateful smile before waving goodbye and heading out. "Thank God we're allowed to visit our families. I miss my parents," Haley said, resting her arms on the table, her eyes filled with a wistful longing. She added with a fond smile, "Last week, My father packed snacks for me to take, as if I were leaving for a month. Ruel's smile wavered at Haley's words, the warmth of her friend's fond memories casting long shadows across her own heart. That's very thoughtful of him, she responded softly. Inside, Ruel felt an ache. In her world, affection was rarely spoken but rather wrapped in rules and standards tied to performance. Even so, she never questioned her family's love. It was the only kind she had ever known. Deep down, she clung to the belief that their love was woven into their expectations. As the thoughts swirled in her mind, Ruel silently hoped that Caroline wasn't still upset with her and would understand that coming to Sexton wasn't her choice. After lingering a few moments longer in the dining room, the two friends left the dining room. The corridors stretched before them, dimly lit and filled with an eerie silence. As Haley and Ruel made their way to their dorm rooms, their footsteps echoed softly, each sound swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Just as Haley opened her mouth to speak, a figure suddenly lunged from the shadows, shoving her with force. She fell to the ground with a startled yelp. Ruel, instinctively rushing to help her friend, was abruptly thrust against the cold stone wall. The impact jolted the breath from her lungs, leaving her gasping. Well, what do we have here? Alana's voice dripped with malice, her eyes gleaming like shards of ice in the dim glow. She loomed over Ruel, her presence suffocating. Behind her, 3 halfling lackeys stood with twisted smirks etched on their lips, their shadows flickering menacingly in the low light. The vampiress's hand shot out, wrapping around Ruel's neck with a vice-like grip. How bold of you two to be walking about at this hour. Did you think I forgot? You cannot attack us in the corridors. Haley protested, her voice trembling with defiance. One of Alana's lackeys responded by yanking her hair viciously, making Haley cry out, Don't tell me what I can and cannot do, you filthy groundling. I've been observing you too, and you seem to not understand your place. Not an ounce of fear in your eyes. Alana, the elite vampiress, sneered. Please let us go. We just want to return to our rooms, Ruel pleaded, her voice steady but edged with desperation. Alana laughed, a cold, mocking sound that echoed down the empty corridor. You think you were too special to undress in front of the other first-year groundlings in the forest? It's time to fix that. Let them do it here in the corridor, milady, suggested one of the mean girls, eager to please. Start undressing or we'll do it for you. No! Ruel's voice reverberated through the desolate hall, but no help came. She struggled against her captors, and with a frantic movement, managed to break free. As she did, the vampiress snatched at her dress sleeve, ripping it with a harsh sound that echoed around them until it hung limply from her shoulder. For a moment, the vampiresses stared at Ruel in stunned silence before Alana's laughter rang out again. I thought you were preserving yourself for the prince with how modestly you acted, but you don't even qualify to be in the running, she mocked, eyes fixed on the scars that marred Ruel's pale skin. Ruel felt exposed and vulnerable as she tried to cover herself, pressing her back against the unforgiving stone wall. Her eyes, previously defiant, now flickered with discomfort and a deep, unsettling shame. Without another warning, Alana tore the fabric from the other side of Ruel's shoulder, leaving her even more exposed. Simultaneously, the other vampiress ripped the front of Haley's dress, sending the buttons flying across the corridor. For someone looking like this, Alana's voice drawled with smug satisfaction as her eyes fell on another scar. You're quite ambitious to set your sights on the future Duke of Ravencroft. I don't have my eye on the Duke, Ruel said, her voice trembling, a mixture of fear and anger rippling through her. That's what everyone says, but it's what they secretly want, Alana scoffed, rolling her eyes dismissively. To become the wife of one of the men of high status here, to rise above their station. Her words dripped with contempt as she glared at the two young women, basking in their discomfort. Now, let us finish what we started, shall we? She taunted. And as repayment, we'll throw your torn clothes out for you. Suddenly, the jingle of chains echoed through the corridor, drawing everyone's attention. The sharp click of footsteps followed, revealing a young woman with a golden mask stepping into view. She held a chain that bound a young man walking silently behind her. "Milady!" Alana quickly bowed her head in respect, and the halflings followed suit, their demeanor shifting instantly. The masked elite surveyed the scene with a detached air. With a sigh, she remarked, "Stop ruining the corridors. It is an eyesore." "Of course, Lady Angelina," Alana replied swiftly, her tone submissive. She turned to the groundlings with a sneer. "Did you not hear her? Scram from here now." Seizing the unexpected opportunity, Ruel and Haley hurriedly gathered themselves and fled to their rooms, relief mingling with their lingering fear. When Ruel entered her room, she found June seated at the edge of her bed, methodically filing her nails. The room was filled with the soft scratch of the emery board, yet her roommate didn't bother to glance up at her as she walked in. Eager to escape the weight of her gaze and conceal the evidence of her recent ordeal, Ruel hastily grabbed her nightgown and slipped into the bathroom. There, away from prying eyes, the strain of the day began to unravel. Tears pooled in her eyes, threatening to spill as she tried to steady her trembling hands. As Ruel changed her clothes, a sudden gust of wind slipped through the window, extinguishing the flickering candlelight in an instant. The room plunged into shadow, and a chill raced down her spine. With trembling fingers, she hurriedly slipped into her nightgown and rushed out of the bathroom, seeking the comfort of the light beyond. The following day, as dawn broke, the groundlings boarded the shared carriages, ready to journey back home for the weekend. In contrast, the elites had their own personal carriages and coachmen waiting for them. As Ruel approached her home, a sense of relief washed over her. She took a deep breath, thankful that Haley had refrained from mentioning the scars before they left Sexton. Climbing out of the carriage, she reached the front steps of her house, the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards beneath her feet grounding her in this cherished place. She lifted her hand and lightly knocked on the door. The door finally swung open, revealing the very person that had left those scars on her, her father. Ruel stood at the doorstep, taking in the familiar sight of her father's stern expression. "Back so soon?" he grunted, his voice a low, dismissive rumble that barely acknowledged her presence. His gaze, tinged with an unsaid air of disapproval, flickered towards her for only a moment before he turned and walked inside. Her heart pinched slightly, but she stuffed the feeling down. Managing a smile, she replied, "Sexton allows us to visit our families during the weekend, Papa." "Close the door," he said, before returning his attention to the bills clutched in his hand. Ruel shut the door softly. There was a familiar ache inside her, one she had learned to tuck away beneath layers of determination and resilience. On her way here, she had hoped for some sign of warmth, some gesture that she was missed. She then suddenly heard her mother and sister's raised voices greeting her ears. "Why can't we buy the pearls? They go better with my gown." Caroline's voice was sharp, her arms crossed defiantly as she confronted their mother. "Because pearls are expensive, and we can't afford them right now." Mrs. Belmont's voice bore patient firmness, though a hint of exasperation slipped through. "You chose an expensive gown, and although the food and drinks are covered, we still have to host celebrations here before the big day. Not to mention, there's the maids and coachmen that we require." Ruel stood there in the living room like a ghost, feeling like an outsider in her own house, until Caroline's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ruel!" Caroline exclaimed, a bright smile illuminating her face as she rushed to embrace her sister. "When did you arrive? I missed you." Relief flooded through Ruel at her sister's words, and she returned the embrace warmly. "Me too," she admitted, the tension easing from her shoulders. "I was worried you were still mad at me," she confessed. Caroline laughed, pulling back. "Well, I was, but it seems fate had other plans for me. I would have loved my time at Sexton, and I'm a bit envious of you attending, but I'm getting married next weekend." "Married?" Ruel's voice choked her surprise as her smile momentarily faltered. "Yes, to Ezekiel Henley. He asked for my hand," Caroline stated proudly, her voice light with condescension. Feeling jealous? Pausing to absorb the news, Ruel shook her head with a genuine smile. Of course not. I'm very happy for you. You said he seemed like an agreeable man. He is, isn't he? Caroline's laughter was filled with delight. When Mama told me, I was over the moon. Ruel mused silently about how swiftly things had progressed with Ezekiel Henley. They had only met him a few weeks prior, and yet, during her brief absence, he had proposed marriage to Caroline. It felt sudden, but given the circumstances, their family's precarious financial state and the mutual fondness between Caroline and Ezekiel, it seemed there was little reason to delay. Mrs. Belmont's voice broke through her thoughts. It's good to have you home, Ruel. There's much to be done, both inside and out. Though a fleeting look of concern shadowed her face. Caroline needs her sister next to her with the wedding coming up. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of chores for Ruel, the rhythm of her old life weaving seamlessly back into her present. She scrubbed floors, dusted surfaces, and returned the house to its modest order. In these familiar tasks, the world of Sexton felt distant, as if it were merely a dream she had once had and she was content with it. As night descended, Ruel found herself folding the laundry she'd washed earlier, the scent of soap still clinging to the fabric. Across the room, Caroline sat before the mirror, her brush gliding rhythmically through her hair. So, how is Sexton? Caroline asked, her curiosity piqued. Is it as big as people say? The buildings are vast, and the ceilings stretch up so high, Ruel replied. There are elites, the vampires. We humans are addressed as groundlings, she added, her voice soft with the weight of her experiences. Caroline asked nonchalantly, and did you meet anyone there you fancy? Or someone who fancies you? She looked at her older sister's reflection in the mirror. Ruel shook her head. Liar! Caroline laughed playfully. Actually, Ruel countered with a small smile, I met June Clifford. She's my roommate. No way! Caroline exclaimed, spinning around on her stool with a frown of disbelief. Sexton is a strange place. You would be surprised. Yes, it sounds like a world of its own, Caroline mused. Then her expression shifted, tinged with frustration. You know what's strange? Mr. Henley and I have barely spoken since the wedding announcement. Mama says it would tarnish my reputation if we spoke too much before marriage. I've never heard of such a thing. Ruel smiled gently. It's only a week, and then you'll be with him forever, she reassured. You're right, Caroline conceded, her face brightening. I can't wait to marry him. It's like the more I think about him, the more I fall for him. As Ruel slipped out of her clothes and reached for her nightgown, her eyes caught her reflection in the mirror. Scars marred her skin, a stark reminder of past sufferings etched across her body. The children's voices from her memory echoed cruelly in her mind, taunting her with their harsh word. Look at those things on her. Ugly. These scars had been her constant companions as she grew up. Some were very old, faded into a part of her skin, while others were fresher, only 2 or 3 years past. One in particular stood out, an angry line on her shoulder. It carried her to a night during winter. One night, snow began to swirl outside and a blizzard took hold. Little Ruel awoke with a gasp, her heart racing against the cold grasp of the night. The chilling air nipped at her cheeks, and shadows danced mockingly across her dimly lit room, the wind outside like a lurking beast prowling around. Fighting the fear that gripped her, she slipped out of bed, tiptoeing towards her parents' room. Her knock was soft, tentative. When the door opened, Mrs. Belmont appeared, bleary-eyed and impatient, her expression revealing the depth of her disturbance from sleep. What? She muttered, her voice thick with drowsiness. I think there are monsters in my room, the little girl whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. So? Her mother replied, barely hiding her annoyance. May I sleep with you and father? Ruel gazed up with wide, frightened eyes, hoping to find comfort. Mrs. Belmont sighed, her patience dwindling. There are no monsters, Ruel. Caroline is sleeping with us and there's no room. On the carpet, then? Ruel's voice was barely a whisper, her plea hanging in the air like a delicate glass on the verge of breaking. That would be uncomfortable for you. Find somewhere else to sleep. Good night, Mrs. Belmont said sharply before closing the door. Alone in the dark corridor, the nearby windows rattled, sending the little girl racing back to her room. But she couldn't withstand the silence. She wandered through the dim halls until she entered the servants' quarters. There, on the floor, the tired faces of the staff were scattered like fallen leaves. Spotting her favorite maid, Ruel dragged her blanket and settled beside the comforting presence of the sleeping maid. The maid stirred slightly but didn't wake, allowing the little girl to finally drift into an uneasy sleep. But when morning arrived, Mr. Belmont had been reported of her behavior. Please, Papa, no more," the little girl pleaded, tears streaming down her cheeks, her small voice echoing with desperation and hurt. The little girl's skin burned from the angry lashes her father had delivered, a searing reminder of his displeasure. Fear coursed through her as she watched him, trembling, raise the belt again. She huddled against the wall, wrapping her arms around herself, her heart a fragile bird. "You are a shameless girl who lacks etiquette no matter how much is taught. Or are you trying to humiliate me?" Mr. Belmont hissed, his voice heavy with venom. Every word dripped with contempt. "Do you know who else was invited?" Ruel's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Caroline's voice, pulling her back to the present as her sister chattered, as her sister was eager to share every detail of the wedding. The following day dawned with a soft glow, filtering gently through the trees. While Caroline prepped inside, Ruel stepped into the garden at the back of the house, relishing the quiet moment alone to collect her thoughts. She busied herself among the flowers, their vibrant colors a welcome splash against the muted tones of the morning. As she gathered a handful of blooms, a voice suddenly cut through her solitude, startling her into dropping the petals she held. "Miss Ruel." Ruel's heart leapt briefly at the unexpected sound, her head snapping up to see who had called her name. "Mr. Henley," Ruel exclaimed, surprise coloring her tone as she instinctively took a step back before offering a polite bow. "I wasn't aware that you were expected." "Good morning," Ezekiel greeted her, his gaze lingering, captivated by her presence. It was as though in his absence, she had grown even more beautiful, an elegance that seemed tangible in the morning light. "I knew you were returning home and thought I'd come to see you. It's good to see you again, Miss Ruel." "See me?" Ruel wondered, slightly perplexed by his words. Ezekiel's smile was warm, but beneath it lay an intensity that could easily be mistaken for admiration. He knew that the world would be perfect with her by his side. He continued, "I was hoping we'd get a chance to talk, with everything that's happening soon. I wasn't sure if you'd had time to think about it, being away and all. It's all happening so fast. I know we haven't had much time together, but it just feels right. The wedding." His earnestness hung in the air between them. So he wanted to talk about the wedding to Caroline, Ruel realized. Surely he must care deeply for her sister. She returned his smile, genuine and reassuring. "I thought it was fast too, but if it feels right, then nothing is truly fast. Sometimes, things just fall into place, don't they?" Ezekiel's confidence seemed to deepen, masking the possessive edge of his thoughts. It was as though her words confirmed a shared understanding only he perceived. "I am glad to hear you say that. I was worried at first and needed to hear it from you." He leaned slightly forward, his desire to be near her held in check only by the wary glance of a neighbor. "It means everything to me to hear you say that." Ruel nodded, touched by the thoughtfulness in his voice, a respect she wasn't accustomed to and wasn't sure she deserved. "Everyone in the family is delighted and eagerly anticipating next weekend, especially Caroline. She hasn't stopped talking about it," she shared, her voice light with affection. "She is a lovely young lady," Ezekiel replied, though his eyes consistently returned to Ruel, lingered a heartbeat too long. "Then it's settled. We'll see this through." Ruel nodded, her smile warm and sincere, knowing that her sister was in good hands, while the man in front of her was imagining her in a wedding gown. "Ruel, isn't it stunning?" Caroline's voice rose in excitement as her reflection in the mirror gleamed with the promise of the future in her ivory gown. Ruel, standing in the seamstress shop, smiled softly. She watched her sister fondly, a warmth filling her voice as she responded, "You look beautiful, Caroline. Truly. Miss Caroline, if you would just hold still for a moment," Mrs. Seymour warned gently, adjusting pins with practiced precision. "The dress won't fit right if you keep moving." "Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Seymour. I just can't help it." Caroline's laughter filled the shop. The seamstress glanced at Ruel with an observant eye and remarked, "It looks like life at Sexton has been kind to you, Miss Ruel." Ruel's smile tightened ever so slightly. "It is certainly a world of its own," she admitted. She then made a request, her tone hesitant. "Mrs. Seymour, do you think I could borrow some wool threads you no longer have any use for?" Mrs. Seymour nodded warmly. "Of course, dear. There's plenty in the back room." As the conversation about the architecture of Sexton continued, Caroline, who had been watching Ruel's reflection in the mirror rather than listening, interrupted impatiently. "Mrs. Seymour, the veil? You promised it would be ready," she added, brushing aside their conversation as if swatting at an insignificant fly. After spending 3 more hours in the seamstress shop, assisting Caroline with wedding preparations, Ruel finally embarked on her journey back to Sexton. Clutching the coins for the local carriage fare, she navigated through the village's cobblestone streets. Upon arriving, she stepped down from the carriage, her breath misting in the cool afternoon air. Before Ruel could cross the heart of Sexton, she spotted someone, Lucian, perched on the parapet next to a towering pillar. Her footsteps slowed. One of his legs hung lazily over the edge, the other bent in repose, supporting the weight of his quiet contemplation. His attention seemed to be absorbed by the pages of the book in his hands. His form was elegant, almost deliberate in its nonchalance, and as if he were the place's rightful owner. There was a cool detachment around him, yet he exuded an intense presence. Other girls caught sight of him as they passed, their eyes instinctively drawn to him, as if he were the embodiment of their daydreams, yet he remained beyond their reach. Ruel watched from a distance as the vampiress who had previously harassed her made her way over to where Lucian sat. Alana sidled up to him with fluid grace. "Lucian, you vanished from the soiree last night. I was hoping you'd stay a bit longer," she teased, her tone light yet carrying a suggestive undertone. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned a page of the book resting on his knee, its importance clearly outweighing her social pleasantries. "I don't recall committing to such trivial festivities," he replied, his tone clipped, discouraging any further conversation. Undeterred, Alana leaned in. "I just thought you might have preferred better company for the evening. So many of the elites left early." She placed one hand near him. "We had some groundlings over. It was a wonderful hunting game. You would have liked it. The audacity of these humans to be walking these grounds. I was thinking of inviting you to—" She continued to chatter. Before Lucian could respond, his eyes shifted beyond the vampiress where Ruel moved through the courtyard, her golden hair catching the late afternoon light as she walked with her eyes fixed downward. Ruel felt the unrelenting gaze of unseen eyes upon her, unsure to which owner it belonged to. Lucian's irritation, previously only simmering, transformed into a piercing glare as he shifted his focus back to the vampiress. With a swift motion, he closed the book and placed it sharply on the parapet, near where her hand lingered, prompting her to withdraw immediately. "Perhaps it's your persistence that drives people away," Lucian remarked, with obvious annoyance. The vampiress blinked, her confidence wavering under the weight of his unexpected intensity. Her posture faltered, and a nervous edge crept into her laughter, diluting her former bravado with uncertainty. "Oh, Lucian, I didn't mean to," she stammered. Lucian's eyes, cold as steel, effectively silenced her protest. "You are wasting my time now. Leave," he snapped. Alana recoiled, quickly regaining her composure and offering a tight smile, her earlier bravado now tempered by caution. "Enjoy the daylight," she murmured before retreating hastily. Ruel, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but feel a wave of wariness wash over her as she neared the area where Lucian sat. She tried to pass by unnoticed, repeating to herself, "Just keep walking. Don't look at him. Don't look at him," she mentally chanted. However, despite her best efforts to avoid him, Ruel's eyes involuntarily drifted toward Lucian, as if drawn by an invisible thread. The moment their gazes locked, a chill ran through her. His stare was intense and calculating, as though it could strip away her every defense. Lucian's voice cut through the silence, smooth but edged with an unmistakable bite. "If I recall correctly, weren't you leaving Sexton?" Ruel halted mid-step, her heart stuttering at the cold reminder of their last conversation. The memory of her own naive confidence in leaving Sexton now stung. "I tried," she said softly, her voice a fraction quieter than she intended. She didn't elaborate because he knew the reality. In one fluid motion, Ruel saw Lucian jump from the parapet, landing in front of her with a predatory grace. His presence loomed over her, causing her heart to leap into her throat. As his body straightened, it seemed to loom over her once more. His gaze was steady, and the weight of his scrutiny made her fidget. She took a tentative step backwards. He then stepped aside, moving past her with a dismissive air, as though the conversation held no further interest for him. Yet, just as Ruel thought the encounter had ended, his words cut through the silence like the coldest winter chill. "You don't belong here." Ruel's cheeks flushed at the harshness of his words. She shook her head, resolving not to let his words deter her from her goal of improving life for herself and her family. Just because he looked down on her didn't mean she lacked the power to effect change. When she turned, she noticed Lucian had disappeared from the corridor. "Ruel, you're back," Haley exclaimed cheerfully as she and Kevin approached Ruel, before quickly wrapping her in a warm hug. "Haley," Ruel responded, her voice lifting. "Hello, Kevin. Are you okay?" Kevin asked Ruel with concern. "I saw Lucian walk past you. Did he say something?" Haley asked as she pulled away from the hug. "It was nothing. I'm fine," she said, forcing a smile, but her voice wavered slightly. Kevin lowered his voice, as if even speaking any elite's name aloud might draw unwanted attention. "Since I started working for the elites, I have come to hear stories, things he's done. Apparently, even other vampires keep their distance from him and try not to offend him." Turning curious, Ruel asked, "What has he done?" "He's killed a handful of people, and from what I hear, it was a bloody mess," Kevin replied with a grim expression. "Killed people?" Ruel slightly paled at it. She wondered if it was the truth or if it was a rumor that had been glorified. At night, Ruel gathered the soft, dark wool and threads from the seamstress and slipped into an empty classroom. It felt safer, quieter. A sanctuary where other students wouldn't disturb her at this late hour. Lighting a lantern, she settled onto a bench and began her work. The quiet room was filled with the rhythmic click-click of her knitting needles. The following evening, Ruel mirrored the routine she had come to know, diligently continuing to knit the scarf while her friends went off to serve the elites. Life for the groundlings, those who couldn't afford the privileges at Sexton, was an unending challenge, conditioned to know their place within the societal hierarchy, but she focused on her own small rebellion, determined to carve out a path for herself. Yet, Ruel was unaware that, along with crafting her path, she also unwittingly had the talent of carving her own grave. "You will be split into 2 teams," Mr. Jinxie began explaining while standing in front of the maze on one afternoon. "The object of today's game is to find a white flower. One team is tasked with finding it while the other is supposed to stop them. The game ends when either the flower is brought to me at the other end of the maze or if the opposing team forces all players to the ground." "What do you mean, to the ground?" asked a skeptical student. Ruel's eyes moved across the field, watching the senior elite students practicing their weapon skills and combat within the forest's perimeter. Their movements were precise and intimidating. Mr. Jinxie's smile was smooth yet disconcerting. "Either unable to rise and move or unconscious," he clarified, his words sending a ripple of discomfort through the humans. "And looks like Ms. Belmont is ready to throw some stakes," he said, impressed, looking at her hands. Ruel had subconsciously been stretching her fingers, sore from hours of needlework. Everyone's eyes were quick to notice her hands, gathering a few smirks from the vampires of her class, and she quickly dropped her hands to her side. The teams were announced, and to Ruel's surprise, she found herself on the side tasked with hunting down the other students, while Haley and Kevin ended up on the opposing team. Team stake, the defenders will have a head start of 60 seconds. Your time starts now, Mr. Jinxie proclaimed, sounding the horn that signaled the beginning of the game. The sharp blast echoed through the place, further igniting the atmosphere of anticipation and excitement. Ruel stood frozen for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest as she watched Haley and Kevin disappear into the labyrinth's winding paths, acutely aware that they were now the targets of the game. Time to hunt, groundling. Take the stake with you, an elite vampiress instructed her with a smirk, amusement dancing in her eyes as she stepped into the maze with the others. With shaky hands, Ruel picked up the stake, steeling herself before entering the maze. The towering hedges loomed above her, their height casting shadows that danced around her with every rustle of the leaves. Each turn made her stomach twist with apprehension, fearing that someone might leap out from around the corner at any moment. Ah! Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream echoed through the maze, sending an icy chill down her spine. The sound was followed by another scream, amplifying the suffocating tension in the air. As Ruel pressed on, she caught sight of an elite student from the opposing team. Clutching the stake tightly in her hand, she followed him deep into the maze, only to find herself at a dead end. The vampire leaned casually against the hedges, a smirk playing on his lips. Groundlings are such simpletons, he taunted, blocking her only escape route. Not familiar with the maze, this was bound to happen. Ruel turned swiftly, realizing she had nowhere to go. Aren't you going to look for the flower? She demanded, masking her fear with bravado. And why did it look like he wanted to stake her? He grinned wider, revealing his gleaming fangs in a way that made her heart race even faster. I thought it was time for a little snack, he said, his tone dripping with mischief. It is rude to eat when a class is ongoing, Ruel replied defiantly, holding her ground as the vampire advanced toward her with a predatory grace. Panic surged within her. Having never stabbed anything before, she found herself frozen, uncertain of where to strike. What if she accidentally killed a vampire? This game was proving to be far more complicated than it appeared. Doubts flickered in her mind, and she briefly considered giving up and failing this class altogether. Not knowing what else to do, she quickly ducked to the side and grabbed a handful of loose mud from the ground. Seeing the vampire reach for her, she acted on instinct, blowing the gritty substance directly into his eyes. What the fuck? He shouted, stumbling back in surprise, momentarily blinded and disoriented. Ruel seized the opportunity, her heart racing as she bolted past him. In a frantic attempt to escape, Ruel collided with June, who was sprinting away from a vampiress while screaming at the top of her lungs. Seizing the moment, Ruel instinctively pushed the young lady to the ground. I am down! I am down! June shouted, not realizing it was Ruel as she faced the ground. You're really good at this, aren't you? One of Ruel's teammates said, a bat gripped tightly in her hand. A mix of admiration and amusement lit her eyes. I'll keep an eye on her. Relieved to have a moment to breathe, Ruel was more than happy to leave June behind, her mind still racing from her earlier encounter with the vampire. However, just 10 minutes later, she found herself cursing the vampire's agility as he suddenly appeared in her path. Oh dear God! Ruel gasped, panic flooding her system. I wasn't expecting that, the vampire sneered, rubbing his eyes where spots of mud still stained his face. But you've got some skills. This time you're going down. He jumped into the air, aiming to tackle her. Before Ruel could react, something whistled through the air with a sharpness that made her freeze. An arrow suddenly struck the vampire in the leg, sending him tumbling to the ground in a painful gasp. Another arrow appeared, almost grazing the vampire's neck. Who was firing arrows randomly in the maze? Ruel wondered, her heart racing as she took a few steps back, before running away from the scene. 5 minutes later, the horn sounded, signaling the end of the game. Though it wasn't a long game, Ruel was exhausted, and she sat on the ground for a minute. "Good game, everyone. The flower has been retrieved successfully," Mr. Jinxie announced with enthusiasm, clapping his hands together. "Wounded students head to the infirmary. Class dismissed." Ruel accompanied her friends to the infirmary. Haley limped slightly, her face scrunched up in pain from a twisted ankle, while Kevin had a bruise on his forehead. Lucky for her, she had only scraped her elbow. After dinner, Ruel assisted Haley to her room, the day's fatigue settling heavily on both of them. "I feel like I fought a war," Haley groaned, her expression sullen. "Or tempted death. Their idea of a game is—" "Careful," Ruel said as they entered the room, guiding Haley to sit on her side of the bed. "Is there anything you need?" Haley opened her mouth to respond, but her gaze shifted to Ruel's neck. A frown creased her brow as she asked, "Did you remove your chain before the game?" "No." "Why?" Ruel replied, but even as the words left her lips, she instinctively raised her hand to her neck, only to find the familiar weight of her mother's locket missing. Her eyes widened in alarm, and a wave of panic washed over her. The thought of losing the one item that connected her to her mother filled Ruel with dread. Her breath quickened as she whispered, "It must have come off while we were in the maze." Ruel soon found herself in the maze with a flickering lantern in her hand. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with something older, more primal, the kind of scent that clung to ancient forests. Each step was accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves beneath her worn-out shoes. Every rustle of nearby bushes, every distant hoot of an owl, sent her heart skittering in her chest. The maze felt different at night, alive, as though it watched her every move. The lantern's glow bounced off the hedge walls, the flickering light warping the shadows, making everything feel closer, more suffocating. "The chain should be somewhere here," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Her mind replayed the memory of her earlier collision with June, the moment where she might have lost the locket. But nothing. Disappointment gripped Ruel as her fingers brushed the neckline of her dress. She longed for the familiar weight of her mother's chain and locket, the familiar presence that should have rested there, close to her heart. She crouched once more, her hands sifting through leaves. But what she received was a low growl in the dark, which had her almost dead in her tracks as she froze. What was that? A rustle softly moved from the other side of the foliage wall, and Ruel didn't dare to move in fear. Her breath was caught in her throat, eyes darting as the rustle moved closer to her. On the second growl, it had her running through the maze trying to leave. But the moment she was about to reach the exit, a growl was heard from the front in darkness, having her turn around. Fear flooded her senses, and before she could think, her legs propelled her forward. She began running, the lantern swaying wildly in her hand, throwing chaotic shadows onto the walls of the maze. The sound of something large moving behind her quickened, its growls sending chills down her spine. The creature was hunting her. Ruel continued to run, which felt like an endless maze to the point she was getting familiar with a few foliage in there. Her breath came in ragged gasps, feet stumbling over uneven ground. She turned sharply until she paused and found a corner when the rustling sounds stopped. The world plunged into eerie silence, broken only by her labored breathing. She glanced around, wide-eyed, searching for any sign of the creature. Her eyes remained fixed on the path, waiting, listening for any sign of movement. Minutes passed, maybe hours. She wasn't sure. The weight of her fear and exhaustion were quick to press down on her. She tried to stay awake, to remain alert for the creature lurking somewhere in the darkness. But as the silence of the maze deepened, the weight of her exhaustion became too much to fight. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she sank deeper into the foliage. And before she knew it, she fell asleep. The first rays of dawn slanted through the twisted branches of the maze, dappling the ground with soft golden light. Ruel stirred, at the rustle of the ground, the faint sound of footsteps, loud and deliberate. "Ruel, I found you." Blinking blearily, Ruel squinted up at the figure looming over her. Haley's voice broke through the fog of sleep, and Ruel slowly gathered her bearings, the cold morning air biting at her skin far more sharply than the night before. "Haley?" she asked groggily, pulling herself into a sitting position. "I waited for you, but you never came back, and then I fell asleep." Haley's voice was a mixture of relief and exasperation. "I was worried you'd gotten caught by some vampires. I had no idea you'd fallen asleep in the maze." Ruel accepted Haley's outstretched hand, brushing off the leaves from her dress as she stood. "I didn't mean to worry you. I didn't find the locket." Haley's expression softened. She placed a hand on Ruel's shoulder. "Sorry to hear that, Ruel. Maybe we can look for it after classes." Ruel nodded. Remembering the night before, she couldn't help but look around as they made their way out of the maze in silence. Miles away, two men sat comfortably in a lavish study, the scent of blood tea filling the air. Across from Ezekiel Henley sat Mr. Lorenzo Helsing, an influential figure in the High Court. The room radiated elegance, with its dark polished wood and grand bookshelves lining the walls. "Weekend, is it?" Lorenzo said, taking a satisfied sip from the delicate porcelain cup. "I'll certainly not miss it. It's fortuitous timing. Count Westerling is passing through, and he may very well be intrigued enough to attend the wedding. If you make the right impression, he might offer you a seat in the court even faster." Ezekiel leaned back in his chair, his lips curling into a pleased smile. "The Belmonts and I would be more than happy to host him and you in our celebration." Lorenzo nodded approvingly. "True, and I must say, the way you've offered support to the Belmont family, it is admirable." The woman must have been beside herself with worry, to beg you to marry one of her daughters. Ezekiel lifted his teacup, the warmth spreading through his fingers as much as the satisfaction of weaving this narrative. "I simply couldn't turn a blind eye to their plight," he said softly, playing the role of the benevolent benefactor. "It's only right we help where it's needed most." Ezekiel didn't believe Lorenzo needed to know that the Belmonts had never begged. He had been the one to offer his hand in marriage to Ruel, because he wanted her. To the world, he was a savior. Not to mention, it was also a way to climb the ranks of the court. As Lorenzo continued speaking, Ezekiel's thoughts drifted to Ruel. He hadn't spent much time with her, but what he had seen was enough to captivate him. Her beauty was undeniable, her grace subtle yet striking. She was more than just a means to an end. She was the crown jewel of his future. When he first met the Belmonts, who were in trouble, he could have easily wiped their debt in one transaction. After all, that amount wasn't the issue. But he had chosen not to. He had given just enough to keep them reliant on him, to make it seem like he was scraping together his hard-earned wealth to save them. Kept them grateful and indebted. "Only a matter of time before you secure your place in the court," Lorenzo mused. "I'll make sure Count Westerling notices how valuable you will be." Ezekiel reclined deeper into his chair, his gaze distant as he imagined the future he was so close to seizing. Though he smiled warmly, his thoughts were far from noble. Back in Sexton, the day dragged on in a blur for Ruel. She sat through her classes, but her mind was elsewhere, constantly drifting back to the missing locket. When lunch finally arrived, she and Haley hurried through their meal, eager to squeeze in another search of the maze. On their way, they spotted Lucian, Sawyer, and Blake standing by the corridor, engaged in conversation. The trio cut striking figures, commanding attention even from afar. As they neared, Ruel overheard Sawyer's voice. "It was comical how Jinxie got mad about it. Did you return them to the shed?" he asked casually, his tone light and familiar. At that moment, Blake's attention shifted, and she noticed her human roommate and the other human approaching. "Good afternoon," Haley said politely, though there was a hint of nervousness in it as she offered a small bow towards Blake and then the others. The vampiress responded with a nod. Ruel followed suit, bowing her head in polite respect, offering the gesture to both Blake and Sawyer, who returned her smile warmly. But then her gaze shifted to Lucian, whose aloof expression set him apart from the others. As if sensing her attention, his gaze snapped towards her, meeting her eyes with a cold, blank stare. His face showed no emotion, no warmth, and for a moment, Ruel felt the weight of his indifference. What? Lucian's voice cut through the air, low and devoid of any interest, as if questioning why she was standing there in the first place. Ruel's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked away, her and Haley briskly walking on, eager to leave the daunting atmosphere behind them. After another fruitless search of the maze, they returned to class, each hour dragging by until the day finally ended. As they were leaving the classroom, a voice called out, "Who's Belmont? Mr. Jinxie wants to see them." Ruel's stomach twisted as she made her way to Mr. Jinxie's office, her footsteps feeling heavier with every step. When she entered, she found him sharpening a dagger, his movements casual, as though this was just another normal day. "You wanted to see me?" Ruel asked carefully. Mr. Jinxie didn't even glance up from his task. "Miss Belmont." Ruel nodded. He pulled open a drawer and retrieved something, extending his hand towards her. The sight of the familiar chain made her heart leap. "This was found near the entrance of the maze," Mr. Jinxie said mildly. "Had Belmont engraved on it." "Thank you," Ruel replied, her voice thick with gratitude as she accepted the locket, holding it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Mr. Jinxie waved his hand dismissively. "You're free to go." She stepped outside, the tension in her chest easing for the first time that day. "You found it," Haley exclaimed when she saw Ruel at the bottom of the building. "Mr. Jinxie found it," Ruel replied with a smile, slipping the chain around her neck. Relief washed over her like a warm wave, lifting the weight from her shoulders. "It looks like we missed it," Haley replied, because they had looked at the entrance. "Well, all is well. You looked so sad. It was unbearable to look at you," she teased. "I am sorry about that," Ruel replied softly. She hadn't meant to be a downer. "Don't apologize for it. And for what it's worth, caring that deeply about something is never a bad thing." Haley smiled. "Did your mother give it to you for your birthday?" "In a way," Ruel said, her smile faltering ever so slightly. The memory of her mother was non-existent. She had never dared to ask her father about her. The weight of guilt was too heavy to bear. She had always known one thing. Her mother had died giving birth to her. The knowledge had shaped her, made her who she was, and left her with a guilt she couldn't shake. As they made their way towards the next building, their conversation shifted to the upcoming wedding. But their voices trailed off as they turned a corner and saw the students gathered ahead of them. Two figures were locked in a brutal fight, and one of them was none other than Lucian. Ruel's heart jumped into her throat as she watched the confrontation unfold. Lucian's fist slammed into the halfling's face with a sickening crunch, sending him crashing against the stone wall. Blood sprayed from the person's nose, splattering across the cold stone. The sharp smell of iron filled the hallway as blood smeared down his chin and soaked his shirt. In one swift motion, Lucian grabbed the halfling by the collar, pulling him up with terrifying ease before slamming him back against the wall. The halfling groaned, his breath ragged, but Lucian's face was a mask of fury. Cold, controlled, and terrifying. The halfling mumbled something, staggering as he attempted to fight back. But Lucian moved faster, effortlessly catching the vampire's fist mid-strike before slamming him against the wall once more. "Stay out of my business," Lucian growled, his voice cold and menacing. "Or I'll make sure the only thing left of you is a stain on this stone." Blood splattered across the wall, some of it spraying onto Ruel's dress. Her breath caught in her throat, and she froze, unable to look away from the raw violence before her. Well, never a dull evening in Sexton. A smooth, teasing voice cut through the tension, and Ruel turned to see Mr. S. Dane Slater, standing at the edge of the scene, his eyes crinkled in amusement. "Seems like everyone's going to all subjects colorfully this year." At his words, the gathered students began to disperse, some mumbling amongst themselves. Dane's gaze lingered on the bloodied halfling. "Sawyer, be a dear and take Bowen to the infirmary, will you?" Sawyer blinked, But before he could reply, Blake grabbed the halfling by the collar, hauling him up like a discarded piece of trash. "Lucian," Dane said. His voice light but enough to let Lucian know he wanted to share a word. As his gaze swept the hall, it landed on Ruel. His smile widened slightly. "Ah, Ruel. Want to play nurse?" Ruel blinked, taken aback. "Ha!" Dane chuckled softly. "Just kidding, though you might want to change your clothes. Bloodstains are a real pain to get out." He gestured towards the splatters on her dress. With that, he turned and began walking, Lucian following him. As they made their way down the corridor, Dane's voice remained light, almost playful. "I suppose you had a fine reason for wanting to paint the walls red," he said, casting a glance at Lucian. "What happened?" Lucian's jaw clenched. His expression remained impassive, his voice cold and distant. He then replied. He had opinion that needed to be squashed. If there was one thing he didn't tolerate, it was the groundlings and halflings thinking they could get away from commenting about his family. "I would have handled it behind closed doors." "Torture is always wonderful," Dane hummed thoughtfully. "But careful. Your actions today might have frightened the little rabbit." "If you're looking for rabbits, there are plenty in the forest," Lucian remarked in a clipped tone. His gaze stayed fixed ahead, as though the conversation barely registered with him. "You'd make a better cave dweller than a teacher in Sexton." Dane chuckled, a low, amused sound. "Oh, I doubt that. My students would miss me dearly, brother. But you're right. Plenty of rabbits out there. A rabbit's just a rabbit, after all." Lucian remained silent, his steps measured, his gaze cold. Beneath the mask of indifference, something unresolved flickered, but it was swiftly buried beneath his usual detachment. When night fell over Sexton, Ruel chose the safety of her room over the uncertainty of the darkened halls, her focus on finishing the scarf that lay before her. A faint rustling beyond the window snapped her from her thoughts. Her breath caught in her throat as she glanced out into the night. Forcing herself to look away, her fingers trembled slightly as she returned to her work. Her fingers hesitated for a moment as the thought of the creature crept back into her mind. The low growl, the sound of leaves rustling behind her, the sense of being watched. She shivered. If it had growled, that meant it could smell her. If it could smell her, it could follow her. The following day, Ruel sat in the garden with Haley, listening as Kevin vented his frustrations about the vampires. The sun filtered softly through the trees, casting patterns on the grass around them. They were fortunate to have a free class, free from the watchful eyes of the elites and the fear of being overheard. "This vampire almost snapped my neck yesterday," Kevin said, his expression grim. "Tell me about it." "Some of these vampiresses feel like demon minions," Haley sighed, her voice tinged with weariness. "Not my roommate. Senior Blake doesn't bother with me." Ruel, sitting nearby and finishing the ends of a scarf she had been knitting, nodded along in quiet agreement. "That's how it's been for years," she replied softly. "Not too long ago, even humans from decent backgrounds found education slipping out of reach." Kevin turned towards her, curiosity piqued. "But you're really good at forming perfect sentences and your spelling is spot on. Was your family from a good standing in the past, Ruel?" Down the corridor, unseen, Lucian walked down the corridor. Upon catching Ruel's name, his footsteps slowed, his ears listening intently to the fragments of their conversation. He caught sight of a scarf in her hand. "I might have had a governess," Ruel nodded, confirming Kevin's suspicion. "But that privilege didn't extend to my sister, Caroline. I had to take it upon myself to teach her." "She's lucky to have you to teach her. I wouldn't be lagging as much if I had you as my sister." Haley puffed her cheeks in faux jealousy. Ruel smiled at her friend's affection but kept to herself the struggles of trying to teach an uninterested Caroline, which had often stirred discontent back home. Her mother's distant voice echoed in her mind, reprimanding her as she'd often done in the past. "That's the wrong answer, Caroline. Ruel, didn't you teach her? She should be proficient by now." "I did, mother," Ruel had replied at only 14, caught between helplessness and a desire to please. "But Caroline struggles with it." "What do you mean struggles?" Mrs. Belmont's irritated glare seared into her memory. Are you calling Caroline stupid? Is it that you lack the ability to teach her? Or are you purposefully withholding what you know? Kevin's voice broke through her uneasy memories. The elites get everything handed to them while we fight for it. Honestly, if someone offered me a way out, I'd probably take it, whatever it was. People often say it's wise to kiss the ground the elites walk on, Ruel replied, her tone thoughtful. With the influence they have, it's not hard to understand why some would do whatever it takes to get close. Securing those kinds of connections could open doors to a better future. It's the easiest path. Lucian, listening from the corridor's end, felt his lips twitch. To him, Ruel Belmont seemed just like any other human, willing to scheme to climb the social ladder. He despised such people. The next second, he had disappeared silently from view. But, Ruel continued, her voice soft yet firm, that doesn't have to be the way. There's value in working hard and earning things through honest effort, even if it's something small. It's not always about reaching higher. Sometimes just living quietly with what's already there is enough. Haley and Kevin nodded in agreement. The former laughed. There's no much connection needed in terms of an employment of a maid. As a gentle breeze passed through the garden and they made their way out of there, Ruel's eyes fell on the maze which stood far away from them. Seeing her pause, Kevin inquired, "Everything all right?" "Yes," Ruel replied, before looking away and then asking, "Does Sexton have any bears or dogs?" "Not that I know of so far," Kevin shook his head. "Though I have heard that to raise stakes in the game of hunt and stake, they bring in creatures." "Just what was needed," Haley responded dryly, while Ruel wondered if she had crossed paths with one such creature 2 nights ago. She mentally noted not to step foot in the maze at night, as she didn't want to die. The trio left to attend the next class, which was History of Vampires. The curtains were drawn over the windows, leaving the room dark except for the lanterns that sat on the walls. Today's class, the instructor was talking about witches and their potions. As much as menace the witches have been to the vampires and the humans, the instructor stated as he continued with his class, they have been sought for their abilities to make potions, some which are feared and some which can be useful, like to heal. Of course, to drink a witch's potion is to gamble with your fate. Ruel shifted in her seat, her fingers still idly touching the scarf in her lap as the professor continued. She had heard whispers of witches before, but never had she come across one. There are different kinds of potions apart from ones that bring harm or heal, the vampire continued to explain, while walking around the class. Potions to elicit emotions of anger, happiness, love, or even aphrodisiac. There are also some rare potions which was made by a notorious witch who was not only staked and burnt, but her ashes was locked in a jar and thrown into the sea inside a trunk, which now lays in the bottom of the sea. "Why rare potions? Can't they be remade?" asked one of the students. "No," came the curt response from the instructor of their class. "They cannot be remade because the ingredients she used, some lost to time, others forbidden, are now impossible to gather. Her potions were crafted from the essence of creatures long extinct, plants that grew only under the light of certain cursed moons, and blood taken from the purest of victims." The students leaned in, their attention captured, the darkness of the room lending a sense of foreboding to the subject matter. "One of her most feared creations was the brew of reverse time," the instructor continued, his tone low. "Another famous potion of hers was belladonna. It was one of her most prized possessions, named after her own name. These potions have been lost and destroyed. Let us not waste our time on lost potions. We will work on the ingredients used for healing today." Belladonna, Ruel's mind whispered. She couldn't help but feel like she had heard the name before, but she couldn't place it where. Saturday arrived quicker than expected for the elites. Meanwhile, for the groundlings, the week felt like an eternity under the weight of serving the vampires and living under their constant shadow. Now, the students gathered beside the carriages that were destined for various towns. "Best wishes to your sister and her husband-to-be. I hope you enjoy the celebrations," Haley said warmly, having decided to visit her grandfather before heading home. "Thank you. I hope you have a safe journey," Ruel replied with a smile, having come to bid Haley farewell. As Haley rummaged through her satchel, she said, "I think Kevin wanted to attend your sister's wedding." Ruel blinked, the meaning of Haley's words passing over her like the gentle breeze that stirred her hair. "He does seem interested in gatherings. He was talking about the soiree 2 days ago." Haley laughed at this, realizing how Ruel missed the point. She replied, "He does seem sociable, but I think it wasn't that. Not to mention, you gave him homework." "That's because he has a lot of catching up to do before the tests," Ruel explained, determined to help him succeed. Haley was about to say something when she suddenly pulled out a handkerchief and exclaimed, "How did I pick up Blake's kerchief? Get inside the carriage. We're leaving now," the coachman announced, casting an impatient look their way. "Wait, I need to return this," Haley said, her eyes widening in alarm. The coachman shot her a sharp glance. "The carriage moves with or without you. Shouldn't have wasted time chit-chatting." "Huh? You can return it on Monday when you're back," Ruel suggested, aware that once the carriages departed, there wouldn't be another heading in the same direction. Haley shook her head, worry creasing her brow. "I would, but I know Blake cherishes this one and never leaves without it. It's important to her. How about I return it for you? I still have a few spare minutes before I leave," Ruel offered. Seeing Haley's concern, she added, "I'll be very careful with it." Haley hesitated for a moment and asked, "Would you really? I know it's not much, but Blake can be particular about her things." "It's no trouble," Ruel assured her with a soft smile. "I'll bring it to her." "Thank you, Ruel," Haley said, gratefully handing over the kerchief before quickly clambering inside. Moments later, the horses pulled the carriage away, wheels clattering on the cobblestones. Ruel watched Haley's departure with a smile, then turned toward the direction where the elite's magnificent carriages were parked. Now, where was Haley's roommate's carriage? She scanned the area before deciding to walk past the elite's fancy carriages. Each one stood out in its splendor, making the local carriages look ordinary by comparison. Vampires and vampiresses glanced at her suspiciously, wondering why someone like her was among them. Finally, she spotted the senior vampiress and quickened her pace, only to slow down again when she noticed the midnight-haired vampire standing next to her. Lucian and Blake were deep in conversation, and Ruel's heart raced as she approached, holding the kerchief tightly in her hand. "Senior Blake," Ruel called out slightly breathless, to gain both of their attention. She could feel the searing gaze coming from Lucian, which she tried to avoid. She offered a deep bow, and she raised the kerchief. "This is yours. Haley wanted me to return this to you." She picked it up by mistake. Blake's red eyes flickered toward the handkerchief in Ruel's hand, and for a brief moment, something like relief crossed her face. She stepped forward, her movements graceful as ever. "Thank you," Blake said, her voice composed as her eyes lingered on the handkerchief as she took it from Ruel's hand. She folded it neatly, tucking it into her dress pocket. "It's considerate of you to deliver it to me." Ruel hesitated, then responded with a modest nod. "I didn't mind. It seemed important to her, and to you." Blake gave a nod, her lips curling into a small, appreciative smile, before turning to Lucian. "Are you sure you don't want to come with us for the weekend?" Lucian's sharp gaze softened ever so slightly as he regarded his friend, though his expression remained composed. "Enjoy yourselves without me. I have other things to do." Blake didn't press further but gave another knowing nod. "Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find us." Lucian's lips twitched, almost forming a smile. "Be safe," he said quietly as Blake turned to leave. She offered a final wave before walking away, her elegant figure disappearing among the other elites. With Ruel finishing what she came here for, she decided to leave before the awkwardness deepened. She gave a small bow, preparing to walk away, when Lucian's voice cut through the silence around them. "Quite considerate of you." Ruel froze in her steps, glancing back toward him, her expression caught between curiosity and unease. "Pardon me?" Her eyes finally met his dark, brooding red gaze, which sent a flutter of nerves through her chest. Coming all the way here to help when your carriage is about to leave, Lucian remarked, his tone deceptively casual as he glanced at the carriages in the distance. How thoughtful of you. For a brief moment, Ruel thought he was genuinely praising her. But something about the way he said it made her hesitate. She frowned, unsure how to respond. You must be very skilled at finding ways to offer assistance, Lucian continued, his tone growing colder. It's almost admirable, really. A trait that might serve you well, if it's calculated right. The words felt like a slap, their meaning sinking in. Ruel's heart stung, but instead of shying away, she took a small breath, steadying herself. I wasn't trying to calculate anything, she said, her voice still soft but laced with quiet strength. I was just returning something important. Lucian's red eyes hardened. Of course, purely out of the goodness of your heart. The sarcasm dripped from his words. Ruel's brow furrowed. I didn't do it expecting anything in return. Should I not have helped? She asked, her voice soft yet careful, unwilling to provoke the clearly hostile vampire. Lucian's lips curled into a mocking smile, though his eyes remained cold. He remarked, Not at all. How else will people like you secure the favor of those who matter? First Sawyer and now Blake. Ruel's heart sank, the weight of his accusation hitting deeper. His cold eyes seemed to carry a deep-seated loathing that cut through the air between them. In that single, piercing gaze, she felt his desire for her to vanish, to be gone from his sight entirely. People like me? Ruel repeated softly, her brows furrowing in hurt and confusion. You talk about people like me as if you know anything about me. She paused, steadying herself, before continuing. But what about the others? The ones who do worse, those who chain people or beat them bloody without a second thought. The image of Lucian violently pummeling the halfling in the hallway flashed in her mind, the memory of blood staining the stone walls fresh in her thoughts. She didn't want to confront him, but the words slipped out before she could stop herself. Her gaze dropped quickly when she noticed his eyes darken. For a brief moment, something flickered in Lucian's eyes, something she couldn't quite decipher. It was as though her words had struck a nerve, but instead of softening, his expression hardened further. Lucian's voice dropped to a low, chilling tone. Careful, he warned, the single word laced with menace. Ruel's pulse quickened. She whispered, Maybe you should stop assuming that every human is scheming or looking for favors. You don't know me to assume so. For a fleeting moment, the cold mask Lucian wore slipped as he stared at her, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. He then said, You are right, his voice flat. I don't know you, and I don't intend to. The night before the wedding, Ruel found herself busy accommodating the guests who had gathered at the Belmont house. Most were relatives from Mr. and Mrs. Belmont's side, along with a few of their friends. The house bustled with activity, the clinking of glasses and polite laughter filling the air. But with only a maid and a stableman hired to help, Ruel stepped in as an extra pair of hands, moving quietly through the rooms with a tray of refreshments. Ah, finally, the refreshments have arrived, a woman exclaimed, reaching eagerly for a glass, her voice cutting through the hum of polite laughter. The atmosphere was merry, but a mistimed gesture led to a glass slipping and spilling its contents. Oh, pardon me. I didn't mean for it to fall, the guest stammered, clearly embarrassed. It's all right. I'll clean it up right away, Ruel reassured, her smile gentle and her hands swift. With practiced ease, she wiped away the mishap, leaving no trace of the incident. As Ruel continued her task, a woman across the room attempted to summon her, raising a hand and calling out, Maid, the bedding! The woman was interrupted by a sharp nudge from her companion, who stifled a laugh. What are you doing? That's not the maid, she whispered loudly enough for Ruel to hear. That's the Belmont's eldest daughter, Ruel. The woman's brows furrowed in confusion. The eldest daughter? Why isn't she the one getting married? Isn't it customary for the eldest to marry first? Ruel, standing just a few feet away, heard every word. The air seemed to thicken around her, but she didn't react. Her father had been clear, no disruptions, no unnecessary attention. The wedding was to proceed smoothly, and Ruel's presence was meant to be as invisible as her contributions, as this was Caroline's time to be happy. At that moment, her father entered the room, commanding the attention of the guests. "Harold, I'm so happy for you and Megan. Congratulations!" one guest exclaimed, whisking him away from the exchange. Taking the opportunity, Ruel slipped into the next room, trying to shake off the conversation she had overheard. But the whispers followed her, like shadows refusing to leave. "Well," one woman began, her voice low but sharp, "I heard the girl has been sent off to that place. What's it called? Sexton? Seems odd, doesn't it? To send a daughter away when she should be securing a husband." She tilted her head towards the hallway where Caroline's bright laughter rang out like a bell. "She's even prettier than the younger one. I heard Megan mention to someone how the eldest hasn't yet blossomed into womanhood." A collective gasp followed, soft but cutting. "Isn't she of age already? Strange. Maybe there is something wrong with her." Ruel stood motionless, and though she wore a smile, if one looked closely, they would notice the cracks of insecurity that she tried to hide. Because even though she didn't say it, the judgment that came from the family fell heavier than the weight of their expectations. It was as if their unspoken criticisms clung to her every action, silently demanding more from her, more effort, more perfection, more proof that she was worth something. It wasn't just the guests' whispers that stung, but the constant reminders that she didn't measure up. She could feel it in the way her father barely looked at her, in the way her stepmother's praise for Caroline never extended to her. To make up for everything, Ruel worked harder. She knew that a place like Sexton, though dangerous, was a stepping stone she desperately needed, a place that could elevate her status and position. "Miss Ruel," the maid interrupted, drawing her out of her thoughts. "This came for you." Ruel looked down as the maid handed her an envelope. "Who gave it to you?" she asked. "It seemed like a maid. Didn't say much, only that I should give this to you." Ruel's fingers tightened around the envelope as she thanked the maid and moved to a corner where a lantern burned brightly. She pulled out the note. It read, "Come to the back side of the tower bell." Her brows furrowed. No name, no signature. A feeling of unease settled in her stomach, but curiosity won out. "If anyone asks, tell them I went to the tower bell and will return shortly," she told the maid before grabbing her cloak. She pulled the hood over her head and quickly made her way towards the bell tower. As she approached, the area was deserted. Only the distant murmur of voices from nearby houses reached her ears. She hesitated at the base of the tower, glancing around nervously. Just as she stepped into the shadow of the structure, strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Ruel gasped, her body stiffening in shock. She instinctively tried to pull away, but the grip was firm, sending chills down her spine. "At last," murmured a low voice, brushing against the side of her hood. "Pardon me for wanting to see you before our wedding. Tomorrow we'll be married, and I cannot wait to finally make you mine." Ruel's eyes widened in horror as she whispered, Mr. Henley?" Her mind scrambled to make sense of the situation. "To see me?" she asked herself. No, this must be some mistake. He must think she was Caroline because of the hood, she reasoned, and the maid must have mistakenly delivered the letter to her instead of her sister. Her heart pounded as she realized how easily this misunderstanding could spiral. When Ruel tried to pull away from him to correct him, the sound of approaching footsteps halted her. Voices, light and careless, echoed nearby as a group of people passed by the tower. She stood frozen, acutely aware that any sound could draw unwanted attention. Ezekiel seemed to sense her hesitation, his voice softening. "Don't worry, no one can see us here. Tomorrow, everything will be as it should." When the voices faded into the distance, Ruel shoved against Ezekiel's chest, her hands trembling. She stumbled back, her breaths coming in short, panicked gasps. "No," she whispered urgently, her voice shaking with her hood still low, shielding her face. "This is a mistake." "Mistake?" Ezekiel asked with a frown. To spare him and herself the future embarrassment of learning, He mistook his sister-in-law for his bride. Ruel fled the scene swiftly, as though she had never been there at all. Her heart pounded in her chest as she disappeared into the night, pulling her hood even lower to shield her face from any prying eyes and conceal her rising panic. Ruel's hurried footsteps gradually slowed as she approached the house. Should she have revealed the truth to him immediately? That she wasn't the bride he had anticipated? But shock had gripped her, and the risk of being overheard, of staining their reputations, had left her silent. As she pushed back her hood and slipped inside, Mrs. Belmont emerged before her, her eyes sharp, immediately honing in on her. "And what business did you have at the Tower Bell at this hour?" Mrs. Belmont asked, suspicion lacing every word. "You're supposed to be with your sister, the bride-to-be." Ruel swallowed hard, aware that honesty would only lead to more scrutiny. She faltered, looking for a plausible excuse to diffuse her mother's suspicions. "I wanted to visit the church and pray." "At this hour?" Mrs. Belmont pressed, and Ruel nodded quietly. "Get inside. Tomorrow is a big day and we have lots to do." "Yes, mother," Ruel murmured, obediently stepping inside the house. Later that night, as the rest of the household slipped into slumber, Ruel lay awake in bed, her thoughts tangled with the events of the day, Lucian's earlier confrontation, and now the unexpected encounter at the bell tower due to Ezekiel's note. "People like you, always looking for favors, for ways to climb." Lucian's words stung, striking a nerve. She had never sought favors, never schemed for advantage, and yet the insinuation gnawed at her. The memory of Ezekiel's embrace sent a fresh shiver of unease through her. What if someone had witnessed them? What if the misunderstanding came to light? If anyone discovered that Ezekiel had mistaken her for Caroline, how rapidly would the whispers turn to accusations? Would they claim she had enticed him, used the mix-up to her benefit, to usurp her sister's rightful place? Ways to climb. Lucian's words echoed cruelly in her mind. Such a scandal would not only devastate Caroline, it would tarnish her own name as well. People would twist the narrative, branding her as a schemer eager to replace her sister in the marriage bed. She could already visualize the disapproving judgment in her family's eyes. Finally, the wedding day arrived, and the air inside the Belmont house buzzed with anticipation. Ruel, her hands steady despite the quiet strain she felt in her chest, carefully fastened the last button on Caroline's wedding gown. The fabric was soft under her fingers. Caroline stood before the mirror, her reflection glowing purely from excitement and the gown she wore. But beneath the poised exterior, she was fidgeting, her hands constantly reaching for her veil as if adjusting it. "Is the veil sitting properly?" Caroline fretted, her fingers tracing the fabric cascading over her shoulders, which wasn't as sheer as she had wanted. "I feel like it's too far back," she said, followed by a slight cough. It seemed she had caught a little cold. Ruel, who had spent the entire morning attending to every minute detail of her sister's appearance, smiled softly. She had become accustomed to Caroline's perfectionism, the need for every detail to be flawless. Yet, in her sister's fussing, there was something familiar and endearing, something that made her feel needed. She reassured her with a gentle tone. "It's exactly where it's supposed to be. Once the veil comes down, you'll see. It's perfect, Caroline. Just like everything else." "I hope so," Caroline murmured. She stood a little straighter and let out a breath. "I've been counting down the days and hours. And now, soon I'll be married. Can you believe it?" Her voice suddenly brightened with excitement, a rush of joy replacing her earlier tension. "I can," Ruel replied, her smile widening as she knelt down to adjust the hem of Caroline's gown one last time, smoothing out invisible creases. "In less than an hour, you'll be standing at the altar, and everything will be exactly as you dreamed." As Ruel rose to her feet, Caroline turned to her, placing a soft hand over Ruel's. Her younger sister said, "Thank you for being here today, Ruel. You're the best sister. I'll miss you so much, but I promise, I'll visit Papa, Mama, and you on weekends." Ruel forced a smile, though her heart felt heavy, weighed down by the words she could never say. She replied quietly, Of course. Her gaze drifted to the mirror again, but this time it wasn't Caroline's reflection she saw. It was the memory of Ezekiel's arms around her, having mistaken her for Caroline. The guilt pressed down on her, heavy because in their world, where propriety meant everything, what had happened was wrong, even if unintended. That fleeting, mistaken embrace felt like an invisible mark that no one else knew about, but she did. In a society where a woman's reputation could be ruined by a mere misunderstanding, the weight of what had happened gnawed at her conscience. It was a mistake, a terrible one, she reminded herself, and pushed the thought away. There was something I needed to tell you. Caroline's voice broke through Ruel's thoughts. Yet, as her younger sister spoke, her gaze wandered, not meeting Ruel's eyes. You know how Priscilla has been desperate to get married? She's been practically standing on her toes in anticipation. Ruel frowned slightly, sensing Caroline's hesitation. Is she all right? Yes, she's fine, Caroline said quickly, her words rushed. It's just, when the time comes to hand out the bouquet, I'll be giving it to her. I thought, since you're at Sexton and you're not really looking to marry right now, I told her I will hand it to her. Her voice trailed off. Ruel's chest tightened, feeling a subtle sting. Of course it made sense, and yet, hadn't she too dreamed of marriage? A tiny flicker of hope had lived within her, that it might happen one day, even though her prospects were slim. But now that hope seemed childish, foolish. Swallowing the hurt that threatened to well within her, Ruel forced herself to laugh, though it sounded thin even to her own ears. She replied, That was it? I thought something terrible had happened. You worried me for nothing, she said in a light voice, as though the decision hadn't affected her at all. Before Caroline could reply, the door swung open, and Mrs. Belmont entered the room. The older woman's eyes gleamed with tears of pride as they fell upon Caroline, standing in her bridal gown. Oh, Caroline, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion as she hugged her daughter warmly. You are the most beautiful bride. Your husband will be speechless when he sees you. Turning to Ruel, Mrs. Belmont's eyes softened slightly. You did a fine job, Ruel, she said with a brief, approving nod. Now it's time to leave for the church. The carriage is waiting, and Mr. Henley must already be there. It's happening, Caroline exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over again as she gathered her skirts and followed her mother out of the room. Mrs. Belmont paused at the doorway, her gaze briefly flicking over Ruel's attire. You haven't gotten ready yet. We'll be going ahead. Don't be late. I'll be there, Ruel promised quietly, watching the two women disappear down the hallway, Caroline's veil trailing behind her. The house, once bustling with the chaos of wedding preparations, was now eerily quiet. Ruel turned towards the mirror, her own reflection staring back at her, pale and tired. Her own dress lay neatly on the bed, a modest brown gown. Once dressed, she stepped outside. It was only then that she noticed the absence of any remaining carriages. The last of the guests had already left, and her family had gone ahead. She would have to walk to the church and quickly if she wanted to make it in time. At the wedding venue, the heavy wooden doors of the church stood wide open, inviting a stream of guests to fill the pews, their chatter a lively hum that echoed through the space. Some marveled at the grandiosity of the occasion, while others whispered, eyes narrowing as they wondered how the Belmonts, a once struggling human family, had managed to secure such an advantageous match. At the back of the church, Ezekiel Henley stood poised at the altar. His black coat, tailored to perfection, clung to his form, and polished shoes gleamed beneath the neatly pressed hems of his dark trousers. His hands were clasped loosely in front of him, fingers interlaced in what appeared to be a gesture of ease, yet the slight tension in his knuckles betrayed the calm facade. His gaze flickered restlessly towards the entrance. He had been waiting, anticipating that moment when the doors would open and Ruel would step forward. But instead, his gaze flickered to Lorenzo Helsing and Count Westerling, who stood near the entrance with two other men. He knew that every second of this ceremony was being scrutinized, not by the guests, but by the men who held his future in their hands. Count Westerling wore an expression of detached boredom. He was only here on Helsing's invitation, a brief stop during his business in town, but his judgment carried weight far beyond mere curiosity. "Quite the gathering for a human family," Westerling murmured, his voice low. His gaze swept across the room, taking in the throngs of guests. "It seems the entire village has turned up for this spectacle. Not an empty seat in sight." Helsing nodded, a thin smile playing on his lips. "Ezekiel is a well-known figure around these parts. Popular man, it seems. He will be a perfect addition to the High Court." Westerling tilted his head, his expression one of faint amusement. "Or perhaps it's merely that humans enjoy gathering, as naturally as they breathe. Regardless, it will be a while before a position opens up in the court. Plenty of time to assess whether this groom is as promising as you say." Lorenzo replied, "Of course, Ezekiel is an excellent candidate for the High Court. The Belmonts were in quite the financial bind, and he offered them not just aid but stability. They have 2 daughters. I overheard murmurs suggesting it's the one he isn't marrying who's considered the prettier one." Westerling softly hummed at this but made no further comment. At the same time, Lorenzo tried to recall the names of the bride's family. Noticing someone making their way inside the church, he asked, "What's the Belmont elder daughter's name?" "Ruel. The other one is Caroline." Helsing nodded, watching as a newly arrived guest walked inside. He said to Westerling, "Ruel, yes, the one he's marrying." Westerling's lips twitched in a small, calculated smile. "I'll give him credit there. Tradition must be observed, and securing the elder daughter ensures that no eyebrows are raised. But still," his tone grew thoughtful, "between now and when a seat opens up in the High Court, we'll see if he lives up to your praise." Before Helsing could respond, the bride and her father walked through the arched wooden doors. Westerling's eyes flickered towards the bride, his lips curling faintly in amusement. "It seems the bride is either shy or wants to build suspense," he remarked. Her veil was far more opaque than expected. But then again, it wasn't unusual for brides to be modestly veiled until the moment they reached the altar. The murmurs among the guests quieted as all eyes fixed on the bride's entrance. Ezekiel, who stood at the altar, turned his gaze to the doors. Finally, the faintest silhouette appeared, framed by the soft light spilling in from the outside. His breath caught slightly as he strained to make out the figure. His bride, Ruel, walking towards him with Mr. Belmont at her side. He had waited for this day, waited for Ruel, and now it was finally happening. She stepped inside the church, her movements slow and deliberate, as if weighed down by the fabric of her dress. At last, the bride reached the altar, her veil still covering her face. Ezekiel offered her a soft smile, extending his hand. His fingers brushed lightly against hers as they stood together before the priest. The priest's voice filled the church, soft and steady as he began the vows of matrimony. Ezekiel's thoughts momentarily drifted to the future that awaited him. This marriage was the final piece of the puzzle. Ruel, his wife, would be the key to cementing his reputation and securing his position in the High Court. Soon, all his ambitions would come to fruition. But beneath the thick veil, Caroline's heart raced as she smiled in eagerness. The opaque veil had obscured her vision earlier while walking, making the journey to the altar more difficult than she had anticipated. She hoped no one had noticed her slight stumble along the way. Ezekiel, oblivious to the switch, continued the ceremony in blissful ignorance, convinced that the woman beside him was Ruel.